This is the St. Tammany Parish Zoning Commission meeting of October the 6th. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Seeger.
Here.
Rest.
Here.
McInnes.
Present.
Willie.
Here.
Richard.
Here.
Doherty.
Here.
Barcelona.
Here.
Fitzmaurice.
Here.
Drum.
Guten Abend, Fräulein.
Randolph.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, we have a quorum.
Thank you.
Crawford's here, too.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
You were hiding. You were hiding. All right, live stream will be available for viewing on regular broadcast channels, Charter Channel 17, UVerse Channel 99, or the Parish website, www.stpg-TV.org. The live stream will begin, 6 o'clock. We missed it tonight, but normally we begin at 6. Public comments regarding items on the agenda may be submitted during the meeting by calling in to an audio bridge conference call. The phone number, meeting ID, and password will be posted on the parish website 24 hours prior to the meeting. And you can see it's up on the monitors here in the chambers. For more information, you can call the Department of Planning and Development, 985-898-2529, but that's during normal working hours. Announcements, please silence all phones and electronic devices. If you disagree with any decisions that commission makes, you have the right to appeal it to the council. Appeal cards are on the railing over to my right. Speaker cards are also over there. If you wish to speak, I need to have you to fill out one of the speaker cards, and they'll get it up to me so that I'm aware that you wish to speak. Public speaking, 10 minutes each side and 5 minutes for rebuttal. And after the case is heard, please exit the building. Please rise for the invocation by Commissioner Randolph and the pledge by Commissioner Drum.
Gracious Father, once again we come to you as humble as we know how, but with thanksgiving and praise in our hearts as we recognize all of the blessings you bestowed upon our lives and how you exhibit your grace and mercy upon each and every one of us. Lord, we thank you once again for this opportunity to be able to meet and with these commissioners. Bless us. Bless those that's in the audience and the communities that we serve. Lord, we ask that you continue to be with, lead and guide our officials as well as our employees for our parish. Bless this parish in a mighty way. And bless our families. It's in your holy name we pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thanks, Chairman. You're getting good at it.
All right, next item on our agenda is the approval of the September 1st minutes that were in your packet. If you all had a chance to review, and if so, I'll accept a motion to approve. Motion by
Motion to approve.
Second.
motion and a second. Please vote.
Seeger.
Yes.
Rest.
Yes.
McInnes.
Yes.
Willie.
Yes.
Richard.
Yes.
Doherty.
Yes.
Barcelona.
Yes.
Fitzmaurice.
Yes.
Crawford.
Yes.
Drum.
Yes.
Randolph.
Yes.
The motion to approve the minutes is carried.
Thank you. Staff, do we have any postponing of cases? Was that a no? I'm sorry. Okay. All right, public hearing, repairs, zoning change request cases, applications for a proposed change to a zoning district or amendments to to the land use ordinance requiring review and recommendation of approval by the zoning commission before action can be taken by the parish council. First item is case number 2020-1923-ZC. Existing zoning is A2 Suburban District. The proposed zoning is A4 Single Family Residential and MHO, which is a manufactured housing overlay. Location, parcel located on the south side of Rouville Road, east of South Oaklawn Drive, Lacombe, Ward 7, District 7. It's 0.75 acres. Petitioner is Victoria Laurent, and owner is Ike Carter Laurent Jr. Council District 7. Staff?
The subject site is 0.75 acres and currently has 2 single-family residential dwellings and 1 existing manufactured home on the property. The reason for the request is the applicant would like to get the electricity on all 3 existing homes turned on. So they're asking to increase the density, which would allow 3 residential dwellings on a 0.75 acre property, as well as the manufactured housing overlay to bring the mobile home into conformance with the zoning ordinance.
Okay, in the staff comments in the packet that I received, it says the classification from A2 Suburban District to A2 Suburban District, but on the agenda, proposed zoning is A4.
Are you looking at the staff report that we released to you?
Yes, it was incorrect. It was.
Under the staff comments, the first sentence says that.
The present zoning designation is A2, which allows, oh, I see what you're saying. The present zoning designation is A2. They're requesting the A4 to increase the density to allow for all 3 existing homes.
Okay, I just wanted to be sure there wasn't any more confusion.
No, sir.
Thank you. All right, is Lawrence here? Okay, please come forward. State your name and address. Oh, we've got that, never mind.
Ike Laurent, or should I get a property address?
Pardon?
The property address or my home address?
That's all right, we've got it in the
okay.
record now.
Okay.
Victoria Laurent.
Okay. So you're wanting to apparently bring a manufactured housing unit, or there's one already there and we're just getting it up to the standards now and meeting the criteria?
Yes, sir, it's already there. Everything was already there. It's been there probably
Okay,
30 years.
all right. Yeah, let me see if there's anyone else out in the audience that wishes to speak on this. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to speak in favor on this case? Anyone wish to speak against? See no one, I'll close it to the public and bring it back to the commission. Mr. Crawford.
Okay, I have a question. Mr. Laurent, you said that all 3 of these existing structures have been there for a long time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what's the intent for these 3 structures?
It was family property, and one of the family members lost it, and I recouped it. And it's just to put, like, my sister's living in one of the residents right now. So I have 7 sisters, so it's really a family thing. Just trying to get it back on, the lights.
Okay. I certainly don't have a problem with the manufactured housing overlay in the area.
Yes.
The problem is with the zoning change, as staff has noted. The reason that we get into that is if we go to an A4 zoning, actually one piece could be split off or something like that down the road. That's the concern that I would have on that. So let me ask Aaron this: if we didn't approve the zoning change, would they still be able to move forward with getting the electricity on, and would that be a non-conforming use? Or?
Just to one of the structures, not all 3.
It's just one structure.
Just one structure.
Okay. So if we did not approve the zoning change, then they would still be able to move forward with getting the 3 buildings up and running?
No, just the one building.
Oh, they would just be able to do the 1 instead of the 3. Okay. I rode out there today and I saw the 3 structures. The intent is to get all 3 of them in operation?
Yes, sir. There actually were 5. I knocked and 2 fell down. Well, I removed that, you know, it was really an eyesore. So it's just to get all 3, just the 3 is really all we want. I mean, it's already there. And they made us get the septic for the 3 residents. They only have 1 bathroom in each one. So it was just, you know, trying to get it, you know.
So not to drag this out, but the residence that's behind the manufactured home, it looks like it needs a lot of work. The intent is to bring it back up
Yes,
also?
sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, to be able to get the 3 going, I think I'd make a motion to approve the zoning and the manufactured housing overlay.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Crawford, second by Commissioner Randolph. Any further discussion? Please vote.
Seeger.
Yes.
Rest. McInnes.
Yes.
Willie.
Yay.
Richard.
Yes.
Doherty.
Yes.
Barcelona.
Yes.
Fitzmaurice.
Yes.
Crawford. Drum.
Yes.
Randolph.
Yes.
The motion to approve carries.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, next item is item 2, case number 2020-1986-ZC. Existing zoning is A1 Suburban District, proposed zoning is A1 Suburban District and MHO Manufactured Housing Overlay. The location, parcel located on the north side of Bessie Booth Road, east of Booth Road, Folsom, Ward 2, District 3. It's 1.91 acres. Petitioner's Travis Core. Owner is Momi Decor, Council District 3. Staff?
The applicant is petitioning to rezone a 1.91 acre parcel to obtain the manufactured housing overlay. Staff isn't opposed to the request, as the request for the manufactured housing overlay is consistent with the site's 2020 future land use plan designation.
Okay, thank you. Someone representing the cores? Good evening. Tell us a little bit about what you're wanting to do and,
I'm Travis Core. This is my nephew, Christian. He wants to put a trailer on the property, and I'm gonna owner finance the property. So,
okay. All right. Does anyone else in the audience wish to speak in favor?
well, can I also mention that it's a trailer that he only plans on living in a few years, and then when he can, once he buys the property, he plans to build a house.
Okay, so the trailer's on the property now,
No, sir. There's nothing on the property now.
but he's gonna start building a house once it's,
No, he's gonna live in the trailer and save up money until he can
Okay.
get a loan to build
all
a
right,
house.
I got you.
Right now, he's paying $1,200 a month rent. Instead, you know, he can get a free trailer and,
All right,
cheap.
good deal. All right, anyone in the audience wish to speak against on this case? All right, so one of you come forward, state your name and address, and be sure to turn the speaker card in to the lady sitting over here to my right.
My name is Larry Ordwine. My address is 13311 Bessie Booth Road. I'm here to oppose the rezoning of the property. This is a rural residential area, lots of 5 acres or larger, and we just don't see any reason for this to be approved. I mean, there's a good reason for having a zoning that's there now, and I don't think it should be changed.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Changing.
I saw 2 or 3 other people come forward, state your name and address, and have you filled out a speaker card?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Yes, Charles Trey Least, live at 13065 Bessie Booth Road, and the land in question is directly behind my house. It is a rural area, as Mr. Larry spoke a while ago. It's nice, it's quiet. You know, we enjoy it that way, not saying it wouldn't remain that way, but I strongly feel that having a mobile home / trailer, even if he is planning on building in 2 or 3 years, or whatever it takes for him to save his money up, would be detrimental to my property value and everyone else around it. In addition to, if myself and my wife, or the Pattersons and other people around there decide to sell in the near future, it's gonna make it very difficult for us to get a fair market value for our land and our house. And also, Mr. Charles Ronnie Allen, who could not be here, drew up a letter, and he would like for you gentlemen and ladies to have it. And if you'd like, I can read it, or I'll be happy to pass it out to you, whichever you prefer.
You can just read it into the record if you wish.
For the record, I, Charles R. Allen of 13023 Bessie Booth Road, Folsom, Louisiana, strongly object to any zoning change that would allow a trailer / mobile home to be placed on a small parcel of land at the rear of my property. I've lived here for 26 years. I own 25 acres. Over the years, my wife and I have built a very nice home. We have a swimming pool, an 8-stall barn, private lake, and many other amenities. We also have 6 horses and a nice riding arena. This area is not zoned for mobile homes. Please do not allow this zoning change to happen. This would have a negative effect on my property value and the property value of my neighbors as well. If this is allowed, the mobile home would be very close to our riding arena, which would be a safety hazard. I appreciate your cooperation and understanding on this matter. I implore you not to allow this zoning change.
Thank you. There was another person that wanted to speak. Yes, come forward, state your name and address, and if you haven't turned in a speaker card, please do so.
My name's George Patterson. I live at 13029 Bessie Booth Road. And I just wrote up some things that I think y'all need to know. That I've lived on this property for over 50 years, which originally was an 8-acre tract purchased by my family. I basically spent my whole life there. Through the years, we sold property to individuals who wanted to build a house or live in that neighborhood. Prior to selling, we always asked the intentions of the purchasers to be sure it would be conform to our existing homes and neighborhood. Things always worked out for the betterment of our community. As with the property in question, the same inquiry was asked of Mr. Ed Core. His reply was to build a home for his granddaughter, and that was a good thing. The property, which was roughly 4 acres, was recorded, I guess, in his son's name, which at that time was no problem. The house was built for his granddaughter. Not long after, the house and 1.9 acres went up for sale and was sold. In the sale, Travis Core kept the remaining 1.9 acres in the original land purchase for himself, which in that was not conducive to our community. About a week ago, I was on my way home and saw a posted sign on my driveway stating that Mr. Cole was seeking a zoning change on the 1.9 acres of land that he retained from the sale of the property. After Ed telling us the property would be for his granddaughter, Travis now wants to change the zoning and put a house trailer there, which can only hurt the sale of our property and lower the values of our investments. A few months back, one of our neighbors who had been part of our community for 30 to 40 years asked for a zoning change to put a house trailer on a 40-acre tract until his daughter could build a home. We didn't consider this to be a problem to our neighborhood because of the location and the intent of Mr. Lux's daughter, and that was on a 40-acre tract. To us, putting a trailer on a 40-acre tract of land and putting a trailer on 1 acre is a huge difference. Mr. Ronnie Allen and his wife Debbie own property on the west side of the property in question. We sold this property to them many years ago, and he said that he kept his word on his improvements to the property. His property is now worth $700,000 to $800,000. My wife Sharon and I own a property to the north, which appraised for over $600,000. Mr. Trelease owns a property to the south of him, which is worth $300,000. No one in our neighborhood wants or needs a zoning change in order to put a house trailer, which will lower our property values that I've spent many years improving. We've done really well for the last 70 years without zoning changes. This is not what we were told what the property would be used for. Mr. Travis Core has plenty of land on Church Road on which he can place a trailer, and it's only 2 miles away. You talk about a duck out of water, can you imagine what that would look like among the property that I just described to you?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, there was another person? Yes, ma'am. Is the deputy in the, is he here?
A lot of noise coming from the foyer.
There's a lot of noise coming. Yes, ma'am. Please state your name and address.
Hi, I'm Gail Least at 13065 Bessie Booth Road. We have the property that adjoins this one at the very front. This property is directly behind us. We've got 8 people here that are in opposition to this. I actually also have petitions that have been signed by 30 other community members that are all against this. They had another similar application that had been made on Bennett Bridge Road, about a mile from us, back in August, and it was unanimously denied by your entire board. Y'all did a great job, the board did a great job multiple years ago, a decade or more ago, of setting these zoning restrictions in place to keep our community in a rural country setting. And that's how everyone in the area would like to keep it. By passing this request, you'd be undermining the rules that you all had set in place and undermining the community. You're setting a precedent that should not be set. I understand there was the one, as Mr. Patterson mentioned, that was across the road, and we did come and argue against that. And the reason it got passed, because one of the former council members said that she was personal friends with the landowner and therefore it should go through, and so it went. But it really shouldn't matter who you're friends with, who has more community contacts, who has more money. The rest of us in this community and the surrounding properties should not be forced into losing our home values so that someone else gets special treatment. As Mr. Patterson said, this property is surrounded by $300,000 to $800,000 properties. We all feel that this is going to reduce our home values. All of our property taxes have just gone up based on our home values. So if this gets reduced, I would certainly be willing to go and argue that they should all be reassessed and all of our property taxes should decrease. Let's see. There are other areas not far from this one at all where mobile homes do not need a zoning change to exist. I have nothing against mobile homes in general, but these rules were set in place and I feel like they should be upheld and that it is the board's job to uphold the rules that you guys set up 10 years ago. So I really respectfully request that this application be denied.
Okay, thank you. How much time?
1 minute left.
Okay, there's 1 minute to speak again, so I don't know if there's somebody else that wishes to speak. Okay, I don't see anyone wishing to come back to the mic.
I know that they mentioned, this would be temporary in very vague terms of someday when he saves the money, eventually maybe they'd build a house. My understanding of if you are putting a temporary structure in order to build a house is there are strict time restrictions on that, if I am not mistaken. So if it was going to be an application for only a temporary dwelling, I think that there definitely needs to be time limits set on when that dwelling is constructed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're gonna go to the rebuttal phase. Mr. Core?
minutes.
You got 5 minutes.
All right, yeah. I do own 46 acres, that kind of through the woods right there. But this, my nephew, without rezoning all of that and doing some kind of zoning thing, there's no way for me to put a house there. I own this 1.9 acres. I bought it several years ago with my niece, and she couldn't afford to buy the whole, well, at that time it was supposed to be 5 acres, but it turned out to be less. So we bought it when we divided it, and she built a house, and things didn't work out with her marriage, and they ended up selling it. So I still own my 1.9 acres. I'm not using it. My nephew is starting out, has a good job. His fiance has passed the nursing class and will be taking her test to be a nurse soon. And they need someplace to live. I have someplace to live, free. And the trailer that somebody's giving them is a 2-bedroom. It's a small trailer. It's free. They planned on moving in, living in it, saving up some money till they can get on their feet.
Thanks, Uncle Trev. Hi, Mr. Chairman. Thank you guys for hearing us today. Yeah, I have something to say. I actually have a few things that I wrote down. Manufactured housing is a major affordable housing resource, and millions of people live in manufactured homes, and they all resemble traditional housing, and they have to meet safety standards and national construction standards, but still, like, objections like these are all too common, like, obviously. There's a significant cost advantage to manufactured homes, and it's like 75% the cost for comparable size and quality of a traditional home. Most of the barriers that come up are mostly about, I heard safety, quality, appearance, occupants, price appreciation, and this is, it mostly takes, it mostly is NIMBY, not in my backyard, syndrome. And the neighbors coming out in opposition and stuff and putting pressure on the boards. It's just, but there's no basis for any of these objections. And it's irrelevant, really. Safety and quality, like I just said, like all these houses have to meet like certain safety standards, and there's national construction standards. The home that we're gonna purchase is gonna meet this standard. One study found that like maintenance, structural performance, repair problems is half that of traditional homes. I will say this too, like effect on neighboring property values, it is basically negligible. So the effect of land development on property values is a factor zoning statute, and if it existed, it could be a reason. However, this is irrelevant. Like, and another thing, I'm so glad that you guys came here today. I'm so glad, because I'm gonna live here, I'm gonna build a house here, and I have the money, not some vague time in the future. I have the money right now to build a house, but I want to save up my money, and I want to do this in like a time constructive manner, and I want to do this like where I can actually save and like be comfortable enough to like raise a family and kids. I don't want to be like pressed for trying to come up with like mortgage payments and things like that. For me to live here, this is like the start of my life. This is like the start of my life for sure. I can't really believe that somebody come up here and like, man, so many people have objections, but I just want you to know I'm going to live on this property, whether or not you approve it for a mobile home overlay or not.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
I did want to say, the first thing you see when you turn on Bessie Booth is a trailer. It's right there, right next to the road.
Right.
The trailer that he would be putting there is actually, you would turn down another little road, and it'd be way off in the woods. You would never see it from the main road. So I don't know what they're talking about.
Okay, thank you. Yes, ma'am. We're in the rebuttal phase. There's 5 minutes for everyone to speak.
Hi, okay. This has nothing to do with the safety or quality of whatever he's going to be living in. And what they have just described is a trailer. This is going to be the view off my back porch is going to be somebody's used trailer. So I'm sorry, but I do firmly believe that that would depreciate my property value if I wanted to sell. The structure he's talking about across the road was the one that I mentioned that was approved, which is a huge double-wide manufactured home, not a little two-bedroom trailer. And also, I believe he mentioned appreciating property values. Trailers do not appreciate in value. They depreciate in value, just like a car. So that's not gonna do anything for any of the rest of us. It can only go down. So that's all I have to say about that. I mean, like I said, I don't have any problem with mobile homes in general. I don't. But where this one is proposing to be is really a detriment to the rest of the surrounding properties.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
How you doing?
Good
My name's AJ Huffman. I'm at 79150 Booth Road. Just to let you know, I worked my whole life since a young teenager. I put everything into what I have. I cashed out of my 401k to buy the property I have because of what it is and to not have stuff like this happen. The whole reason of being where I'm at is because of what the beauty is of all the neighbors around us. We all take a lot of pride in our property. We all put a lot of work and effort in our property. All of our properties look very beautiful. There's one particular property, this gentleman would have to cross multiple people's yards to get into his property because it is landlocked. It's not easily accessible. And I do oppose this whole idea of him putting a trailer there. I myself once owned a trailer and was gonna build a house. At the time, felt that's what I wanted to do. It never works out. The trailer stays. I did wind up selling the property. I sold the mobile home. I bought a house, built a house in the neighborhood, knowing that that was like a dead-end street. It's almost like you don't go anywhere. You get comfortable with it. I don't believe he actually has any intention of building a house. That's just an opinion. But the whole reason I'm where I'm at is because I put everything I have into my house to have what I have with the neighbors I have. I oppose what he's trying to do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, sir.
Like I said before, I spent the last 30, 40 years building up that community. There's nothing out there around us on less than 5 acres. Had I known that he was going to subdivide that property, we'd have never sold it to him to start with. And then he's going to come in here now and tell us what he's going to do on that 1 point something acres, and basically told y'all that. I just wanted to let him know that I've been dealing with real estate for many years, and wherever a house trailer moves into a section, it does not increase the property value, it decreases the property value around it. And like I said, his folks got plenty of land they can put that on. One of them's less than a mile from that spot, and the other one's about 2 miles from that spot that they can go put that trailer on, take care of his nephew.
Thank you. All right, anyone else wish to speak against on the rebuttal? All right, I'm gonna close it to the public and bring it back to the commission. Bernie, I don't know if you're familiar with this or not, are you?
Pretty familiar with it, and it's a little complicated. I do recognize there is a mobile home overlay in the area, pretty much across the street on our large 40 acre parcel. But I'm also looking at on the east side of the Bessie Booth Road, I don't see any mobile homes at all over there. I see large estate properties. And then the request to put a mobile home overlay in the middle of those properties, to me, that don't make sense as far as a zoning standpoint. I'm gonna have to move for denial on this.
Okay, we have a motion to deny the request.
Second.
Second by
Commissioner Seeger.
Mr. Seeger, Commissioner Seeger. Any further discussion? Please vote.
Seeger,
Yes.
Rest,
Yes.
McInnes,
Yes.
Willie,
Yes.
Richard,
Yes.
Barcelona,
Yes.
Fitzmaurice,
Yes.
Crawford,
Yes.
Drum,
Yes.
Randolph,
Yes.
Doherty.
Yes,
The motion to deny carries.
thank you. And y'all have the right to appeal it to the council. Please clear the chambers. Can I throw it at?
Officers there.
All right, next item on our agenda is item 3, which is 2020-1990-ZC. Existing zoning is A2 Suburban District. Proposed zoning is A2 Suburban District and Manufactured Housing Overlay, MHO. It's located on the southeast corner of Charles Anderson Road and Chris Kennedy Road, Pearl River, Ward 6, District 11. It's 1 acre. Petitioner is Reagan Rogers and Martin Cray. Owners, Reagan Rogers and Martin Cray. It's District 11 of the council. Staff?
The applicant is proposing to rezone a 1 acre site to obtain the manufactured housing overlay. Staff is not opposed to the request as the site is consistent with the site's residential comprehensive plan designation.
Thank you. Good evening. Please state your name.
Martin Cray, 37186 Charles Anderson Road.
Okay,
Reagan Rogers, 37186 Charles Anderson Road.
all right. Tell us a little bit about what you're trying to do.
Yes, sir. We, right at 6 acres of land. This particular property had 5 or 6 other dwellings at one time on the property, which is no longer there. It's just the main home site now. What we're looking to do is bring in this modular home for her grandmother who's in assisted living to take care of her, which she's not really able to take care of herself. The mobile home that is going there is a brand-new 2-bedroom home, which it mimics the actual home with a big front porch and all that. So it's nothing that's going to stick out for what's around there. And I believe the quality of what's going there is a lot better than the surrounding area. So what I'm bringing in is a little bit more.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else in the audience wish to speak in favor? Anyone in the audience wish to speak against? I'll close the floor to the public.
Somebody's on the phone. Somebody called in.
Oh, yes, they did. I'm sorry. Good evening, Ruth Whitfield.
Yes.
Good evening. You're on the line.
Okay, I have 2 homes in that area, 67417 Chris Kennedy Road, and also another home that's directly across the street from where the trailer actually is sitting at this point. It's already been put in. And I agree, it's a huge trailer, but the problem is that I understood it was going to be a rental property, and I think that that's just that we should be moving away from small rental property with trailers in that area, even though there are, I agree, many basically derelict trailers, but I believe that those will be eventually going away, and I just personally, for my property values, don't want to see trailers added.
Okay,
I don't think that that's where the parish should be going, and this trailer was already moved prior to getting the overlay.
all right. Thank you. Does anyone else wish to speak against? I'll go to rebuttal and give y'all a chance to rebut what Ms. Whitfield said if you wish.
mean, I see where she's coming from, but the property is part of my property, which is not gonna be rezoned or sold separately. It's on my particular property, which is, that area can be rezoned up to 1 acre parcels. I'm on 6. And it's off to the corner. It's not in the middle, not in the front. I mean, not, when I say the front, not the middle, front of my house. It's off to the side. It's not in any view of any other home or what's out of the ordinary.
Okay. Ma'am, you have anything else?
No, I do not.
Okay. Ms. Whitfield, do you have any rebuttal?
Yeah, well, it actually is sitting straight on Chris Kennedy Road. It is off to it's far out in the front of his house. Now, if he's saying that it's gonna be, for his mother, then, you know, I'm gonna take a position differently, of course, if this is not gonna be rental property. If he's saying on the record to the commission that this is to help his mother, who's elderly and needs to be cared for, then I don't wanna be full-hearted. But I understood that it was gonna be rental property.
Do you have any comment on that, whether it's gonna be rental property or not?
Well, excuse me. This is, it's not from her mother, her grandmother, who's in assisted living at this time, and fell down, fractured her vertebrae in her neck, and we're having to think about further on from here because it's not getting better. And so that's why we kind of started the process of where we're at and how long it's been, you know, to get to this point, because just a lot of stuff going on with.
Who's gonna own the trailer? Who's going to own the trailer?
We own the property. It's in, the 6 acres is in her and I's name. And we will own the mobile home also.
So there's no intention to rent the trailer?
No, sir.
Okay. Ms. Whitfield, do you hear?
Yes, I heard that.
Okay.
And I understand about taking care of family.
All right. Thank you. With that, I'm gonna bring it back to the commission.
Move to approve. Second.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Seekers, seconded by
Fitzmaurice.
Fitzmaurice. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further discussion? Please vote.
I have a question.
Drum has a comment or a question.
Drum has a comment or a question.
Okay.
Mr. Martin.
No, Mr. Craig. Oh, Martin Craig. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
You going by the first name, man?
I'm just asking a question to get rid of a little thing going on in my head. This lady that just talked to us over the phone stated that the trailer's already there. Is that true?
Yes, we purchased this trailer, I want to say, don't hold me to the exact date, I want to say like February. The person that we purchased it from, that lady got sent into a nursing home. The trailer was 6 months old. So they had to get it off of the property. So I had to, it wasn't like I had time to waste in order to purchase this particular unit and where to put it at, which there was nothing against, you know, where I put it, because I spoke with the neighbors all around me and next door to me, and they were fine to, you know, put it there. We have neighbors that would come in tonight to speak on our behalf. Just like I said, we're close with everybody, and no one gave us any intentions of anything different, because we went and spoke to each individual. And I even said, look, if this is not something, please tell us, that way we don't invest and put out the money that we have, you know, put out and foreseen. So when we came across this and seen the deal, how it came down, it was kind of hard to pass up to, you know, for what it's going to be utilized for.
Okay, and what are your intentions for the use of it whenever her grandmother passes?
I hope not. I don't have any intentions as of yet. I didn't even think past that. I mean, 2020's been,
yeah,
you know, hectic to even get past anything else. So just being said, that's kind of where I'm at the moment, you know. No other intentions.
So this young lady that, Mrs. Rogers, is she a nurse or something? Is she gonna be taking care of her grandmother? Are you gonna have nursing staff or somebody come in and take care of her?
Yeah, she works from home. So she works for a credit union, and she's allowed to, work from home. So that's how this came about, trying to, get all this ramped up, because that's where someone's gonna be there, to cook and do all that stuff for her and take care of her.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we've got a motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion? Please vote.
Seeger,
Yes.
Rest,
Yes.
McInnes,
Yes.
Willie,
Yay.
Richard,
Yes.
Barcelona,
Yes.
Fitzmaurice,
Yes.
Crawford,
Yes.
Drum,
Yes.
Randolph,
Yes.
Doherty.
Yes,
The motion to approve carries.
thank you. Next item on the agenda is item 4, 2020-2001-ZC. Existing zoning is A1 Suburban District and RO Rural Overlay. Proposed zoning is HC3 Highway Commercial District and RO Rural Overlay. Parcel located on the east side of Louisiana Highway 1081, south of South Taylor Road, Covington, Ward 2, District 2. It's 4.942 acres. Petitioner is Karen Smith. Owner is Karen and Philip Smith. Council District 2. Staff?
The subject site is currently developed with an existing single-family home and an accessory barn. The applicant also operates a wholesale nursery and roadside farm stand on the property. The reason for the HC3 request is to accommodate a future wedding venue and bar. Staff objects to the request, considering the zoning change would allow for large-scale, heavy commercial retail uses and is out of character for the existing rural residential area.
Okay, thank you. Karen Smith? And I take it you're Philip.
I am, yes, sir. I'm not Karen. Good evening. My wife Karen and I were proposing a wedding venue that's going to host 50 people or less. We're going to be utilizing our property and the existing structures to provide several ceremony sites as well as a reception area. I do want to make note in the staff notes, we are not either constructing or going to be having a bar. We're going to be utilizing independent licensed and insured vendors in that regard. So that we're not proposing or putting forth the building of a bar. It's just utilizing what we have on our property, the existing structures, again, for these ceremony sites and reception area. We're going to be utilizing local businesses, local vendors, and I believe that this is going to be, and we believe that this is going to be in harmony with the local agricultural community. We're going to be showcasing what we have, as well as supporting what the community has to offer. In speaking with our immediate neighbors, as well as some of the outlying neighbors, everybody has expressed support for the idea of the venue. I believe there's one gentleman here today that I know of that I believe he's supportive of the venue idea. However, he is not supportive of the zoning of the HC3. I also read the staff notes and I've heard what they've said. I don't agree that we're going to be having a commercial impact in our area. Further, we're going to be providing this venue and a service to our community members and support the local economy. The one thing I will say, because of the juxtaposition that we're in with the venue versus the zoning of the HC3, we're willing to go ahead and put in a deed restriction and place it in the wording that this will be only utilized for a small wedding venue. We're more than happy of doing that. I'm not sure if this has come up in the past, but we're not. Our intent and the spirit of this is strictly for a wedding venue. We have no intent of bringing in a commercial, any kind of commercial building, property, anything like that. And I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience wish to speak in favor on this item? Anyone wish to speak against on this item? Yes, sir. Come to the microphone, and you need to fill out a speaker card. So please state your name and address.
Hold on my hearing aid.
I get hung up myself.
My name is Jerry Mendo. I live at 78269 Highway 1081, Covington. Actually, the address for the Smiths is right straight across the street from my home. I have lived there for 62 years. I have a small farm. This area has been traditionally an area of St. Tammany Parish that's been for rural overlay as well as small farms, 5 acres or more. My family, my brothers and sisters do own property there as well. As soon as the notices went out about the rezoning, my phone started ringing. People were calling me. I had 3 neighbors called, a brother and 2 sisters called, and I said, look, this is kind of what's going on. Then I started looking into it. Karen Smith had called my wife and said that they were looking at doing weddings of 50 or less. And my wife says, well, you know, a lot of our Christmas parties and Easter parties have 50 or more people because when you have your families come together at that time, it doesn't take much to get 50 people. So, you know, that's a wedding venue of 50 people. That's very small. I could see a wedding venue of 100, but 50, I don't see it staying 50 or less. The reason I'm against this is it's a highway commercial. This area of St. Tammany Parish traditionally has been for small farms and residents, and it's not a highway commercial area. I feel it just needs to remain for rural farms. Okay?
Okay, thank you. Anyone else in the audience wish to speak against on this? Mr. Smith, we'll go to rebuttal.
Yes, sir. Thanks again. To rebuttal, like I said, we will put it in writing in the deed restriction that this will be a small wedding venue. The genesis of this entire idea came through her floral company and the solicitation, specifically because of COVID and the smaller venues, the solicitation of her clients to have a service, a venue to provide for a smaller, more safer environment in order to do this. We are committed to staying small. Jerry and I are friends. I've asked him for things in the past. He has always helped me out. I respect tremendously his opinion, and we will remain good neighbors, as well as the neighbors to my north and south that I've already contacted. And they are all, again, they're in spirit, they're in support in the spirit of the venue. I understand the HC3. I understand the concerns. I would just ask that there be some kind of administrative protocol that we could put forth and put what we're telling and what we're saying into words and somehow binding, because I do not want to run a commercial property. I'm a school teacher and a retired Marine. I don't want to run a commercial property nor a commercial business with all that, sir. So however we can do it, we can put down assurances that this will stay a small wedding venue. We will do that. Thank you for your time.
I believe you said when you first spoke that you're willing to put it in a deed restriction, right?
Yes, sir, we are.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Let me get the rebuttal and then we'll go to questions. Yes, sir, do you have anything to rebut?
You know, I don't really understand the deed restriction and how that works with the zoning commission. I'm gonna leave that up to the commission to decide what that would be. I do know that, you know, a wedding of 50 or less is very difficult to have. Usually you have a lot more people wanting to go to a wedding than 50. And you're gonna start getting vendors coming in. You're gonna open up a whole can of worms. So that's why I was against it.
Okay, thank you. All right, I want to close it to the public and bring it back to the commission. Paul, you got a question?
Yeah, I have a question for Mr. Smith. As far as the venue, will any new structures be built for that venue?
No, sir. It'll be existing structures. There will be a slight modification to the existing barn that we have. We've already done some demo because we're going to do something with the barn other than keep horses in there. But other than that, everything will be temporary. And again, I want to make sure in the staff notes, we're not building a bar, nor are we providing a service of a bar. All of our vendors will be licensed and insured.
So you're not making any major changes to the footprint of any existing structures that are currently on site?
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay. All right, thank you.
My turn.
All right, go.
Mr. Smith, I need you back, please. How late in the evening would you have this go on to?
Okay, our ceremony hours are going to be from 6 to 6:30 on the weekends. The reception will go no later than 9:30. Weekday venues will be from 2 p.m. to 4:30 p.m.
Okay.
All right,
Okay, thank you very much.
all right. Todd?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have there's a couple of issues here. First, the concept sounds romantic, great, that's wonderful. The challenges we have are twofold. One is deed restrictions it's not something the parish can enter into. It's the deed restrictions are between owners and landowners around them. So we have no part in that. While it's nice if there's agreement amongst all the neighbors and you tell us that, we can't enforce it, nor are we a party to it. So it's a great concept. There's something, we used to have the ability to do a conditional use permit, which would allow us that flexibility that no longer is in our ordinances. So that's off the table. The issues that I have are more related to the HC3 zoning, because while in concept what you're trying to do sounds wonderful, once we zone that land, it's zoned HC3, and there's a lot of things that could be put on that land in the future that fall into HC3 category that I don't believe anybody would want to see there, including yourself. Therein lies a problem for us. We can't control it after we zone it. We have no say-so in what goes in there as long as it fits the HC3 category. So while I appreciate in concept what you're trying to do, I don't know if we have the tools in our toolbox to accomplish what you want to accomplish and protect the neighbors. So I'll listen to any other commissioners, but it's frustrating on our part because we can't fix that problem. There's a disconnect and we can't fix it. So I'll hear if there's any other commissioners that want to pipe in.
Okay. Any other commissioners wish to speak on this? All right, we'll need a motion one way or the other. Commissioner Seeger?
I wanted to make a comment. There is a venue about 4 miles away in Pretchell Turn, and they also have the parties and wedding venues and things like that. They're equipped to handle that, and they're having trouble with the noise level after 9:30. And I know that the law enforcement's been called, and now they're trying to get the local constables to get out there. So I just wanted to make that comment.
Yes, sir. Our venue reception time is 9:30, and that's only on the weekends. The weekdays, it'll be 2 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. Again, the latest that our reception will go to is 9:30.
And with all due respect, that's your rules that you're putting in, and I understand that. We have no authority over those rules, and if those rules change, you know, all we can do look at is existing ordinances that are there. So unfortunately, I'm going to make a motion to deny, and not. I wish you business well, but I'm going to make a motion to deny.
Okay.
I'm a second.
Motion by Commissioner Richard to deny, second by Commissioner Fitzmaurice. Any further discussion? Please vote.
Seeger,
Yes.
Rest,
Yes.
McInnes,
Yes.
Willie,
Yes.
Richard,
Yes.
Barcelona,
Yes.
Fitzmaurice,
Yes.
Crawford,
Yes.
Drum,
Agreed.
Randolph,
Yes.
Doherty.
Yes,
The motion to deny carries.
thank you. All right, item 5, case is 2020-2002-ZC. Existing zoning is NC6, Public, Cultural, and Recreational District. Proposed zoning is I2, Industrial District, partial located on the east side of Commercial Drive, north of Browns Village Road, Slidell, Ward 9, District 14. It's 1.07 acres. Petitioner is Chris Jean. The owner is Parish Properties LLC, Council District 14. Staff?
The subject site is currently developed with an existing indoor baseball practice facility. A change in the current zoning designation would allow for more intense retail uses. Staff is not opposed to the request as the site is currently flanked by existing industrial uses.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mr. Shane.
Good evening. Jeff Shane of the Jones Fussell Law Firm at P.O. Box 1810 in Covington. I represent the owner and petitioner in this matter. And you'll remember last month at our zoning commission meeting, I had 4 other cases in this region where we were seeking up zones to I-2, and I had suggested or told you that there would be 4 other cases coming up this month. Well, this is the first of 4 in a row on your agenda. So I think the staff report and the commentary speaks for itself in that as to what's going on there now. But my client would also like to have the ability to have other uses for this facility in the future. It's nestled in what has historically been an industrially developed area, and we think it would be compatible and appropriate. So for that reason, we respectfully request that you consider recommending to the council that the property be rezoned from I-1 to I-2. If any of you have any questions, I'll be glad to address them.
Thank you, Mr. Shane. Anyone in the audience wish to speak in favor of this zoning change? Anyone wish to speak against? Seeing no one, I will close it to the public and bring it back to the commission.
I make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Fitzmaurice to approve, second by Commissioner Randolph. Any further discussion?
Yeah, a quick question. Mr. Shane, obviously we had a few of these last month. There's the next case just like it. Is this a rezoning of an entire block, basically? Is this
They're in the same area. Many of the some of the properties you'll see tonight are adjacent, some are across the street, and the next one I think actually backs up to this piece.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion? We have a motion and a second to approve. Please vote.
Seeger.
Yes.
Rest.
Yes.
McInnes.
Yes.
Willie.
Yay.
Richard.
Yes.
Barcelona.
Yes.
Fitzmaurice.
Yes.
Crawford.
Yes.
Drum.
Yep.
Randolph.
Yes.
Doherty.
Yes,
The motion to approve carries.
thank you. Next item is item 6, case number 2020-2003-ZC. Existing zoning is I-1 Industrial District. Proposed zoning is I-2 Industrial District, parcel located on the west side of Production Drive, north of Browns Village Road, Slidell, Ward 9, District 14. It's 1.38 acres. Petitioner is Chris Jean. Owner is Parish Properties LLC, Council District 14. Staff?
The subject site is developed with an existing office warehouse, and as it's flanked by existing industrial uses, staff is not opposed to the request.
Thank you. Mr. Shane?
Jeff Shane of the Jones Fussell Law Firm at P.O. Box 1810 in Covington, and again representing the owner and petitioner of Parish Properties LLC. As you can see maybe from the Google zoning overlay, this property is situated to the rear and abuts the property that you just made a recommendation on. So for the same reasons, I would respectfully request that you consider recommending a change of zoning from I-1 to I-2. If any of you have any questions, I'll be glad to address them.
Thank you, Mr. Shane. Anyone in the audience wish to speak in favor of this zoning change? Anyone wish to speak against? I'll close it to the public and bring it back to the commission.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Fitzmaurice, seconded by Commissioner Barcelona.
Sure.
Any further
They're like 4
discussion?
hands went up, so it's fine. Pick one. The chairman can pick one for a second.
Well, he was working with the mic, so I, thought that.
Yeah, Barcelona.
All right, any further discussion? Please vote.
Seeger.
Yes.
Rest.
Yes.
McInnes.
Yes.
Willie.
Yay.
Richard.
Yes.
Barcelona.
Yes.
Fitzmaurice.
Yes.
Crawford.
Yes.
Drum.
Yes.
Randolph.
Yes.
Doherty.
Yes,
The motion to approve carries.
thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes. Mr.
if I
Shane.
could interrupt, might I suggest that the next two cases be combined for reading and discussion, but have separate votes? They are contiguous. It's only one business located on both parcels, and I think we're going to find the discussion easier if the cases are combined.
Okay, that's
Thank you.
fine.
Thank you, sir.
Any of the commissioners have an objection
No.
to that?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, the next item is 2020-2004-ZC. We're going to hear that one, and 2005. I'll read it into the record, and we'll have a discussion on both of them, but we will vote on them separately. Existing zoning on 2004 is I-1 Industrial District. Proposed zoning is I-2 Industrial District. Location, parcel located on the north side of Browns Village Road, west of Dixie Road, Slidell, Ward 9, District 14. It's 14.31 acres. Petitioner's Chris Jean. Owner is Gene Wadley Investments, LLC. Council District 14. In 2005, existing zoning is I-1, proposed zoning is I-2. Both of those are industrial districts. The location, parcel located on the north side of Browns Village Road, west of Dixie Road, Slidell, Ward 9, District 14. It's 13.85 acres. The petitioner is Chris Jean. The owner is John Wadley Investments, LLC. Council District 14. Staff?
Both of these subject sites are developed with an existing industrial use, and while a change in the current zoning designation would allow for more intense industrial uses to be located on the site, one of these properties is abutting residential zoning designations to the north and south, and the other is abutting on the north, south, and west. Staff objects to both of these requests as the I-2 designation allows for highly intense industrial uses that aren't compatible against adjacent residential uses.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Shane?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Once again, Jeff Shane of the Jones Fussell Law Firm at P.O. Box 1810 in Covington, representing the owner and petitioner, Gene Wadley Investments, LLC. These two properties are contiguous. If you would, perhaps, for orientation, if you take a look at the first case, that's 2004, and maybe go to the Google overlay, it would help us, I think, if you could understand that the 14.31 acres is the easterly rectangular piece that you'll see on the Google overlay. The next case is the westerly triangular piece immediately adjacent to it. And so what I'd like you to know that this project or these cases really are a little different than the cases that I have discussed heretofore. And how so? In 1999, the first two buildings to the westerly side of the site were constructed. For those of you that aren't familiar with this particular portion of the Slidell industrial area, this is at the end of Browns Village Road. It's past the auto auction. And as you can see on the Google overlay, it's just before the former railroad right-of-way that traverses kind of in a northwesterly direction. So in 1999, we were under Ordinance 523. We did not have the Unified Development Code. And at that time, this property was zoned M1. And then in 2006, the third building, which is the easterly building of the three that you can see on the Google overlay, it was constructed at a time that the property was zoned M1. The business still operates today. It's Wadley Industries or Wadley Offshore.
They do a lot of crane, fabrication, repair, electrical equipment, that type of thing. And they've done basically the same sort of a crane service business, if you will, for now 20-plus years. I have given you a packet this evening because I wanted you to be aware of the uses that were historically made of the property when it was zoned M1. So if you'll look at the first handout I've given you, I have highlighted in yellow those uses that were made by the company when it began its existence in 1999. And you will see that particularly on page 2-103, the third page of that first handout, if you'll look at 2.1403K, you'll see that that included sale and repair of new and used, and in particular, heavy machinery and equipment. And there are other things in that use as well. If you go to the second document in your packet, that, of course, is the conditional use permit that was issued in 2006. That was for the third building to the east. Again, the reason I show you this documentation is I want you to understand the history of the development of the business, of the construction of the buildings, and the uses that have been historically made at this particular site. If you look at the third attachment I've given you, it's the uses for I-1, again in the color yellow, and I've indicated the uses that are being made today under the current I-1 zone, and you see them there. And then if you will turn to the last page in the packet, I've given you the I-2 zoning classification and shown you in yellow the uses under I-2 that have historically and currently are being made there today. You'll also see there are 5 items in orange, and those are uses that we anticipate possibly making in the future. Another reason that we seek the I-2 zone. So why do I go through the effort? It seems to me that the request to you this evening is to consider changing the zoning to be consistent with the zoning that this property enjoyed prior to the adoption of the Unified Development Code in 2010, when the comprehensive zoning plan went into place. I want to show you that these uses have a history, some beginning back in '99, some continuing with the construction of the building in '06, and then obviously, as evidenced in our opinion, of the uses that I've shown you in I-1 and I-2 today. The last area that I'd like to address is staff's comment with regard to its objection because of the residential areas to the north and south. So again, if you'll go back to that staff report for case 2004, and if you'll go to the third page and take a look at the Google overlay with me, what we would like to suggest is that we amend the application tonight and take 100 feet inside the northern, eastern, and southern boundary of these tracts and leave it with its current zoning. A western boundary as well. I didn't mean to omit it. So what would that accomplish? If you'll take a look at the Google overlays for each case, maybe it's even easier to look at it if you look at the third page of case 2005. You will see that we can make sure that that 100-foot perimeter will serve as a buffer, if you will. It will continue with the current zoning it has. I would also bring to your attention that although there is residentially zoned property to the north and south, please notice the absence of homes in proximity to these perimeters. And I think you would agree that if there were homes in this area and a lot of people that were concerned, there's a pretty good chance they'd be sitting behind me this evening waiting to speak when I sit down. And they may be here. I don't know that, but I doubt it because there just simply aren't any homes in that area. In fact, my client, Mr. Jean, owns the property to both the north, west, and also that undeveloped tract on the east side. so he actually owns the other parcels that surround this piece. Perhaps too much of an explanation, but hopefully giving you a foundation of why we think you should consider recommending to the council that both of these properties be rezoned from I-1 to I-2, not only to be consistent with the zoning and uses they've enjoyed in the past, to be consistent with the uses that they're making today, and also to provide them with opportunities for additional uses in the future. If any of you have questions, I'll be glad to address them at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Shane. Anyone in the audience wish to speak in favor of these two changes? Anyone wish to speak against? I have a
Somebody's on the
lady
phone.
on the phone, Linda White. You wish to speak against?
Yes, sir. I would just also like to say that the reason I'm not there this evening is because I didn't receive notice of this meeting until Friday. So had no time to make arrangements to be there this evening. But my concern is I do live in the neighborhood that is adjacent to these properties. And I'm very concerned about the increased truck traffic, the noise, and environmental impact that this change would produce for our neighborhood. We have a lot of kids over here in this neighborhood that play out, you know, they're out running around and playing in the neighborhood. And these are the concerns that I have about this change. It's a change from being able to have 40,000 square foot of building to 200,000 square foot, and to change from moderate size industrial uses to large scale and high intense industrial uses. That's very concerning to me, with it being right next to my neighborhood.
Okay, thank you. Anyone in the audience wish to speak against? All right, we'll go to the rebuttal. Mr. Shane.
Is Ms. White still on the line?
Ms. White, are you still online?
Yes, I am.
Would it be appropriate to ask where she lives in relation to this?
Yeah. Ms. White, where do you live?
I live
Go ahead.
on the dead end of Danya, on Danya Street. It's right as where the business is now.
Okay, so kind of south and a
I'm
little.
on the other side of the abandoned
Oh,
tract.
Tanya, okay.
Understood.
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure I knew where she was. So it looks like everyone can see on the Google, I think, where, and I think you said Danya, is that right?
Right.
Correct.
At the end of Danya, so south of the site, southwest of the sites a little bit, and I guess actually nearer the interstate probably than the sites itself.
No, we are directly, we are right on the other side of that abandoned tract. I can hear them working over there when they're working. I'm on the same side of the road.
It looks like that goes across Brown's Village.
Okay. I was just looking for rooftops in that area, but understood. Well, I think that the best response to her concerns are that this business is in place and we have no intention to expand, build additional buildings. I don't think there's any reason to believe that the truck traffic, the noise, or for that matter, any environmental issues are going to be any greater than they are now. I think the fact that this business has operated there reasonably successfully for 20-plus years, to my personal knowledge, without complaint or incident as it relates to being a distraction, et cetera. I do recognize that it's awkward when you have residential near industrial and when you have people that travel the same roads where there's industrial. In other words, I respect that. But that was one of the reasons that I thought that it might be wise to suggest that 100 feet remaining whatever the current zoning would be, meaning that it looks to me like 100 feet inside the western and a portion of the northern boundaries would probably keep it at the same A4A, which was my hope. And again, we will realize that if you were to make this recommendation, we would have to submit a new legal description. for the ordinance. So we do not intend to change the impacts from Wadley Industries as it relates to the neighbors, and we believe that we can continue to operate, as do many of the businesses in that area, in a respectful and compatible manner.
Ms. White, do you understand what he's talking about with the 100-foot buffer?
Yes, I do.
Okay, good, all right.
And to make it clear, we would just leave that 100 feet. We would subtract it from the zoning application. It would just continue to be whatever it's currently zoned and however it's being utilized.
Okay, all right. All right, we've got two cases here. We've heard both of them, and we need to go into,
Mr. Chair,
yes.
are we going to discuss both of them simultaneously?
Yes.
We
Okay.
can, yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah.
I can go on and discuss the other case as well, right now,
Yes,
right?
yes.
Mr. Shane,
Yes, sir.
being very familiar with the area, and we cannot change the past and what's already there, what's already been done. However, there are residents also that live around that area that may not be showing on the map. I do like, I did have a problem with it. I did have a problem with it. Because of the residents and also trying to protect those residents that have been there and those that's still coming because of the industrial park original landscape. I appreciate us trying to make sure that it is up to standards, which I have to commend you all for that. I do like the 100 feet buffer, okay, the 100 feet buffer. Ms. White, I'm pretty sure when you look at the map, she's basically on the same side, and that 100-foot buffer will help. Now, have you all received any phone calls from any of the residents at all concerning this track, 2005 track case? 2005 ZC.
Yeah, Jeff.
Have you all?
Asking me?
Mm-hmm.
No, sir, we have not, and I was with Councilman Smith last week on Wednesday, discussing these matters, and I do not believe he had received any calls either. At least he did not bring them to my attention.
Okay.
And we were specifically discussing really all of the properties that we considered last month, as well as the 4 that would be coming up tonight. So I'm not aware of anyone that's had a problem.
Okay. I've had a few, but I like the idea about the 100-foot buffer zone. And if no other councilman, not councilman, commissioner has an issue, I'm ready to vote.
I have a
Well, we're gonna
comment.
have a motion first.
I have a comment, Chairman.
Reese?
Jeff, again, who owns the property to the north and to the south, the A4 properties that are shown?
I don't know to the south.
Okay.
I do know that Chris Jean owns much of the property to the north, not all of it.
Not everything that borders these two.
I think he owns everything that borders it to the west, and I believe he owns everything that borders it directly on the north side.
Okay, but not to the south.
No, sir, not to my knowledge. I don't think he owns anything on the south side of Browns Village Road.
So it's kind of one thing affecting possibly values of somebody's property. If you own the property, you're doing it to yourself. So I can see where that would be, if he accepted that. But the person who, even though there's nothing built to the south on the A4, somebody else owns that property to the south.
I believe they do.
Okay.
And they've been subject to these same uses for 20
I understand
years.
that, but until this time, nobody's built on them, but, okay. So the other question I had was, the buffer idea, I agreed. with Commissioner Randolph is a nice thing from a visual standpoint. Sound-wise, I don't know if the 100 feet of buffer is going to do a whole lot. Now, I know what's there now, but when we go to a new zoning with a heavier classification, doesn't mean that's what's always going to be there, correct?
I would say that's correct, but I would also say that all of the uses that are I-2 uses currently being made there now are grandfathered irrespective of whether you change the zoning or not.
Correct. I understand the stuff that's there right now, but
Sure.
what could go in. And the reason I say that is a similar example tonight was a homeowner thing where property had been subdivided and approved, subdivided, turns out to be a problem. The zoning effects we have with the current thing, it usually isn't a problem, but as we move down the road and we do things like this, it's the next person that uses the property. It's the person that sells it, the next person comes in, and now we've got it zoned as a heavier usage than what's there right now, correct?
Well, yes, sir. We're asking to, I guess, legalize the uses that are made there now by increasing the zoning. But, you know, you've given us direction through the years that where we want to seek industrial activity to please go to the areas where industry is already present. And that's, in this instance, what my client, 8 different properties, has tried to do. He is a part of our economy, and I believe that in some respects it's a fairly noble request in the sense that he wants to get the zoning right with the uses that are there. Certainly we want to protect the grandfathered uses, and Mr. Russ, I don't disagree. I mean, it does certainly allow for all I-2 uses, but again, the business is successful and God willing will continue to be successful, meaning the same use. What the future brings, I don't know. I would suggest to you there's at least a decent chance that the A4 on the south side may become industrial as well one day.
Well, his usage is not endangered with what we do. Even if we don't change it, his usage is not endangered.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, it is.
Why is that?
Why is that? Because if a use exceeds the zoning classification and there is some form of natural disaster, fire, hurricane, whatever, and I think it's 50% of the then fair market value of the property has been destroyed, he would not have the ability to rebuild the buildings and restore his business. So we're trying very much to protect this business, protect its revenues, protect the jobs, protect the tax base for the people of St. Tammany Parish. So yes, he is vulnerable. He will be at risk, as he has been, I might add, but he will be at risk if he doesn't get the I-2 zoning. So we respectfully request that you consider it.
Okay. Ken, is that it? Anything else?
That's all.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question for Jeff. Jeff, what types of businesses are there now? What are the functions of those businesses?
Primarily crane fabrication and repair, as well as other forms of heavy equipment, things of that nature. But big cranes, not small things.
What do they expect to do in the future?
The same business model, but I think that one thing that every business has learned is that they may need to have the opportunity to make other products and get into other lines to perhaps support revenues. I mean, I think we all know what the oil industry has done in our state for probably really the last 5 years. And so I think they see opportunities perhaps in some of the manufacturing areas. That's why I orange some of those items, things that they may need to do in order to diversify their business and continue to be competitive and successful.
It's the same business at both sites? Same owner?
Same owner.
Same business?
Same owner owns both parcels, only one business, and that's Gene Wadley owns both properties, and Wadley Industries, or Wadley Offshore, it's the same business, and it has all 3 buildings.
Okay.
Okay.
All right,
Nell, I
thank
think you had a question.
Mr. Shane, do I understand that it's an abandoned railroad to the west?
It's gonna what?
Is it an abandoned railroad?
Yes.
And that's owned by Mr. Jean as well?
It is.
Do you know what that distance is there?
The distance?
Yeah.
No, I
From the
don't.
homes, you know, it's almost like a buffer in itself.
Well, I would say that if we look at the site plan, which is the next page, it looks like that triangular piece is about 150 feet wide on Browns Village Road. You see that 149.3? So I would guess the dimension of that may be about the same, huh? Another 150 feet, roughly, through the track.
Do you know what the plans are for that strip?
I'm sorry.
Do you know what the plans are?
No. Mr. Jean's father-in-law has owned that property, my appreciation, for many years. He owned that entire, most of that area at one time. There's certainly no present plans for that, probably to leave it just like it is, because industry likes buffers from residential as much as residential likes buffers from industry.
One other question, the buffer, would it remain vegetated?
To the extent that it's vegetated now. The point that I tried to make, and maybe I wasn't articulate, but it will serve as a buffer. What I'm really suggesting is that we not change the current zoning or use of a 100-foot wide strip inside the perimeter of these two tracks. So to the extent that whatever it is, yes, it would continue to be utilized in that manner.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion, questions for Mr. Shane? Ron?
Yeah, Mr. Shane. Good exercise, man, good exercise.
My wife appreciates you calling me back up here. I promise you. Thank you.
Just as we can appreciate your defense and your actual security and protection of your client, I think you can really appreciate the commission as we try to balance both on a pendulum, the business and the residents in the area. And we appreciate you making that recommendation. And all the other commissioners that had some concerns with it as well.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
We need a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
With the buffers.
Okay, that's on 2004, right?
2004.
No.
Well, the buffer's not on both, it's just on the.
Do you want to make the motion as amended by the petitioner?
Right?
Yes, what I would appreciate is that the motion be to recommend I-2, but that a 100-foot strip inside the north, west, east, and south perimeters be excluded from the zoning request. And we will provide a new legal description to staff.
All right.
Okay,
Sounds
is
good.
that your motion, Paul?
Yes.
Okay. Do I have a second? Second by Commissioner Randolph. Any further discussion?
We need to vote on it separately.
Yeah, we need to vote on them separately. All right, first we'll vote on is 2004, that case. So please vote.
Seeger.
Yes.
Rest.
No.
McInnes.
Yes.
Willie.
Yay.
Richard.
Yes.
Barcelona.
Yes.
Fitzmaurice.
Yes.
Crawford.
Yes.
Drum.
Yes.
Randolph.
Yes.
Doherty.
Yes,
The motion to approve is amended carries.
thank you. All right, the next one is 2020-205-ZC. Please vote on it.
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Seeger. I'll second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Shane?
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I think I erred in that these two properties are contiguous, and we would not want to remove the 100 feet on either side of the common boundary. And it was off my lips, not yours.
That is correct.
But I think we might, the commission may want to consider amending the prior recommendation. I don't think you'd want to do it inside the eastern boundary, I think, on that one. And in this case, I'm not sure that we'd want to have it off of the western boundary, and I apologize.
All right, we'll go back and reconsider the previous motion, but let's go ahead and take care of 2005
Yes, sir.
at this point.
I didn't want to get this one bungled as well.
Okay. All right, we have a motion and a second on case 2005. Please vote.
Seeger.
Yes.
Vrass.
No.
McInnes.
Let me understand, there's no buffer on this one?
No, there is a buffer. It just doesn't, it doesn't go down the center of the property. It's the perimeter of each property respectively.
Yes.
Willie.
Yay.
Richard.
Yes.
Barcelona.
Yes.
Fitzmaurice.
Yes.
Crawford.
Yes.
Drum.
Yes.
Randolph.
No.
Doherty.
Yes?
The motion to approve carries.
Thank you. All right, we need a motion to go back and reconsider case 2020-2004ZC. I need a motion and a second. and
So
a
moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to reconsider 2004.
Okay. We'll do it by vote, hand vote.
Pardon?
Let's just vote on the motion. Do it by hand vote.
Oh, okay.
All those in favor of approving?
Just raise your hand if you're in favor.
Motion to reconsider passes.
The motion to reconsider passes.
All right.
Carries, excuse me.
Now, we need a corrected motion on 2004, deleting the 100-foot buffer on the center line of the two properties, I believe is the way to say it. Is that right, Jeff?
Or the western boundary.
It'd be the what, right?
Pardon?
I think the western boundary.
Eastern boundary.
Do you want to come restate your amendment and then we'll go from there?
This is not oriented north-south?
It is, but the cases are swapped.
Oh, okay.
We'll let the petitioner make the statement and we'll vote on that.
This is 2004 right here.
I can't say a thing. I'm the one that created the mess. So.
Right.
But I agree we need to make sure we get it right.
That's right.
Let me pull the map out so that I don't misstate again. And I'll get staff to check me to make sure that, it looks to me, and this is on case
2004.
2004.
Right.
So 2004 is the easterly parcel, right? So we would not want to change the zoning of the 100 feet inside the western boundary. We would diminish the request by 100 feet inside the northern, eastern, and southern boundary.
Okay.
Correct. I'll make a motion to approve as amended by the petitioner.
We have a motion by Commissioner Fitzmaurice, second by Commissioner Drum. Any further discussion?
I
Please.
want to be clear. I want to be clear. Explicit. I don't want to walk out of here like Ray Charles. This piece of property, we're talking about this slice
Correct.
in the center.
Yes.
That's not going to be subject to the 400 or 100-foot buffer.
That's correct.
Or the 100-foot up zone.
But what about on the east side?
It remains.
Yes, sir.
It'll be
100
there.
feet. So if you take a look at the two parcels together, which
Uh-huh.
are 28 acres,
Mm-hmm.
there's going to be 100 feet of the existing zoning, which will either be A4A or I1, inside the perimeter of all 28 acres.
Okay.
But not along the common boundary separating the 14.2 from the 13.8.
So, in essence, this is not changing, the middle,
Correct. That is correct.
just the
Two.
outside perimeters.
No, the middle is changing to I-2. The
No,
only,
not the zoning, I'm talking about the 100-foot buffer.
Just goes around.
the 100 feet is the area that will continue to be zoned I-1 or A4A.
Okay,
It appears to me that if we look at both pieces together, let's start on the west. That's nearest the abandoned railroad right-of-way.
over here.
It looks to me like most, or much of that 100 feet will be the green A4A, and some of it will be the I-1. It will remain zoned as is. If we go to the northern boundary, we can see that some of it is going to be A4A, and I'm guessing that 100 feet might also get some into the I-1. It'll remain its current zone. If we go to the eastern boundary of that undeveloped tract, same situation. It will remain 100 feet of I-1 inside the eastern boundary, and then along Browns Village Road, there will be 100 feet that will be I-1.
We're gonna hire you
Okay.
as a teacher.
I don't know, I stumbled through pretty good.
Got it right, though.
But I appreciate the commission and the audience's patience. Thank you.
Okay, we need a vote now on 2004. Please vote.
Seeger.
Yes.
Rest.
Nope.
McInnes.
Yes.
Willie.
Yay.
Richard.
Yes.
Barcelona.
Yes.
Fitzmaurice.
Yes.
Crawford.
Yes.
Drum.
Yes.
Randolph.
Yes.
Doherty.
Yes,
The motion to approve is amended on 2004 carries.
thank you. All right, next item is item 9. Case is 2020-2016-ZC. Existing zoning is A4A, single-family residential. Proposed zoning is A4A, single-family residential, and MHO, manufactured housing overlay. Parcel located on the east side of Bosworth Street, north of Coast Boulevard, being 56698 Bosworth Street, Slidell, Ward 8, District 12. It's .36 acres. Petitioner is Alan Zeeser, and owner is Alan Zeeser, Council District 12. Staff?
Staff has not opposed to the request as the manufactured housing overlay is in compliance with the site's comprehensive plan designation.
Thank you. Alan? And I'm sure I'll mispronounce your last name. Please state your name.
My name is Alan Zeiser.
Zeiser, okay.
Yeah. And I live at 56698 Bosworth Street. I'm here because I would like to be able to get building permits and whatnot to be able to put a new mobile home on my property. This property's been in my family since 1972. My mom and my dad, when they first moved to Slidell from Chalmette, they had purchased a double wide and put it on this property. In the years since, they had split up, and in 2005, they had gotten divorced the year before in 2004. And my mom had already had another property up in Pearl River, which she and I were living on. And my dad continued to live at the property on Bosworth Street. So in the divorce, my mom was awarded the property, but my dad was awarded habitational rights to the property. So when Katrina hit, both of them were in a catch-22. Neither of them got anything from FEMA because mom owned the property but did not live on it. Dad lived on the property but did not own it. So neither of them got anything from FEMA, nothing from Road Home. Mom, her health was going downhill. She wasn't able to keep up with all of this stuff. So in 2007, she decided to go ahead and donate the property to me. Well, I neither lived nor owned the property during Katrina, so after making some phone calls and coming up here to talk to somebody in the parish government, they had told me that they were not doing anything with the rebuilding of mobile homes in St. Tammany Parish, that I would need to call HUD. When I called HUD, HUD told me that they weren't doing anything with the rebuilding of mobile homes, period. So I didn't know what else to do. The only thing that was recommended to me to do was to get a demolition permit. So that's what I did, and my dad went ahead and started demolishing part of the mobile home and trying to rebuild upon it as best as he could to provide himself a place to live. What I more recently have found out was that when I had called the buildings permit office over here, was that back in, right after Katrina, that we could have had the mobile home replaced by HUD, and nobody had told us that then. All these years since my dad has always been a very overbearing figure, that he's always been that it's my way or the highway. So he's done exactly what he was going to want to do regardless. My mom passed away back in 2010, and I moved in with Dad, and he's just continued to do what he wanted to do with this property, even though it was in my name. Well, as of this past July, he is now 88 years old. He had a stroke. He is no longer physically able to do anything. So I am trying my best now to make things right, to try to bring my property up to code, to try to eventually temporarily move Dad and I out of this structure and put a new mobile home on the property for him and I to live in. And for however many years he may have left for me to be able to care for him and in a more appropriate manner. So that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Let's see if there's anyone else in the audience that wishes to speak in favor. Anyone wish to speak against? Seeing no one, I will close it to the public and bring it back to the commission.
Motion to approve.
Commissioner Randolph, motion to approve.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Fitzmore. Any further discussion? Please vote.
Seeger,
Yes.
Rest,
Yes.
McInnes,
Yes.
Willie,
Yay.
Richard,
Yes.
Barcelona,
Yes.
Fitzmaurice,
Yes.
Crawford,
Yes.
Drum,
Yes.
Randolph,
Yes.
Doherty.
Yes,
The motion to approve carries.
thank you. Next item is item 10, case number 2020-2018-ZC. Existing zoning is A2 Suburban District, RO Rural Overlay, and Manufactured Housing Overlay. Proposed zonings NC2 Indoor Retail and Service District. Location, parcel located on the north side of Louisiana Highway 21, west of Garden Drive, Covington, Ward 10, District 6. It's 1.95 acres. The petitioner's Brandy Ankar. The owner's First Baptist Church, Covington, by Wayne Miller, authorized agent, 72-06-36568, Council District 6. Staff?
The reason for the request is to allow for a remodel of the existing building into a restaurant without a lounge. The proposed NC2 Retail Service District is, the objective is to provide location of services in close proximity to residential development with minimal impact. Staff is not opposed to the request as the petition cites fronts along a highway, a state highway, and has traditionally been used with a neighborhood scale services to service the area, the community in the area.
Okay, thank you. Are you Brandy Ankar?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay.
Brandy Lynn Ankar. So I'm actually here for two reasons. One, I'm the petitioner, but I'm also a resident of Waldheim and Bush. I actually reside in Grande Hills Estates with my husband and our 5 children between 19 months and 13 years old. And the reason why I say that is one of the things in 5 years that we've lived in the community, and we love and adore our Bush and Waldheim area, we do not have anywhere to take the kids to go eat food. In 5 years of living there, what I've noticed over the last 3 years is this property has been blighted. It's been abandoned. It was Hope Church. Prior to it being Hope Church, it was a cafe called Tina's Cafe, I believe from the 96 to 2004. In talking to a lot of the residents in our area that still reside there and resided then, they adored Tina's Cafe. They loved it. It was something that was very well in our community, and families loved having it. One of the things that me and my husband are wanting to do to this is turn it into a pizza and po' boy diner. It is gonna be something that's gonna have minimal hours. It's not gonna stay open late at night. It's gonna be a family-oriented diner where you can come and enjoy a hot meal, pizza, po' boys, wings, possibly salads, and some hot plates. Another thing we plan on doing is doing delivery services. We are within a few miles of 1,500 homes that do not currently have delivery services for their family. And when I say delivery, it's not just pizza delivery. We don't have Uber, delivery, Eats. They do not come to our community. So in saying that, I do have some individuals here that are with it and approve it, also some opposers. I created a Facebook page for the restaurant just to get a feel for the community and what they would be looking for. I have several copies of these I can give you, but we got a comment list of over 50 within 3 days, over 50 residents that want this. One of the residents is 2 houses next to this property. And when I speak of the property, I'm sure you did your homework. It already has the commercial building. It's 4,000 square feet currently. It's 2 suites. One is roughly 2,600 square feet, which was an existing restaurant at one point turned into the church. And then there's an additional 1,200 square feet, which is a separate suite. The goal is to turn the 2,600 back into a restaurant diner. And then the 1,200 square feet, I would like to lease out maybe to a barber salon, a hair salon, nail salon, office building, you know, something that someone else can bring into the community. If it doesn't lease and the restaurant does very well, then the goal is to turn it into maybe a coffee donut shop, which will also bring something, you know, that's needed in our community. We don't have it. We have to drive either 20 minutes to Bogalusa or 20 minutes to Covington. In saying that, this family, the Smiths, which is 2 houses from the property, she commented and she said, yes, living in Waldheim, I would like to see this in our neighborhood. After talking with the new owner, Brandy, I know that she is very excited about this new proposed venture. She loves her family and neighborhood and would just like to add something to our area to help boost the relationships between area residents. It would be great to have a family fun restaurant in our area. I look forward to it possibly happening. Wish her luck. Within a mile of this, there's also another business. It's a convenience store called the Mercantile Backroads Store. The owner of that business also commented on the page saying, as the owner of Backroad Mercantile, I must admit I was a little taken aback when I learned that another pizza and po' boy shop would be opening up. However, this can only be good for Waldheim. Good competition will bring out the best in both of us and, more importantly, raise the quality of service to the residents. The best of luck, and I wish her well at her rezoning meeting. There's another family right across the street from this residence, from this property. The Fahertys, they also spoke to me personally and said that they would love this. It's grandparents and their daughter and son with their 3 grandchildren, and they live like right across the street. Another thing in this area, the neighbors, I don't know if you can see on the map, there's 3 trailers on the left side of the property. I'm not sure if they're here opposing it, but you know, I didn't get the opportunity to speak with them, but it's 3 modular homes. The next home closest to that is acres away. And then on the right side of the property, there's 2 rentals. And then the owners that are here for those rentals have a home that is set back almost 10 acres behind this property. So as far as this property being rezoned, there's no one that I'm aware of right next door to the property that's opposing it, unless there's someone here that I'm not aware of. Also, I'm not trying to rezone it highway commercial. And there's a reason for that. I'm a resident. I don't want it to be a bar. I don't want it to be a lounge. I don't want it to be a gas station. I wouldn't want it to be anything as a resident that lives there that they wouldn't want. So I'm just trying to bring a blighted property in our community up to a property that we can appreciate as families and be able to take our kids to go eat a hot meal and not have to drive 25 minutes away. And also we offer delivery where families can get deliveries. You know, Money Hill, Grande Hills, Whippoorwill, all these places are within 5 minutes. I mean, we can deliver to all the homes in these subdivisions, which right now currently don't have any delivery. And with COVID going on, you're seeing more families stay home. You're seeing more moms doing jobs at home, which means kids are going to be home. So it is needed for our residents. It is needed for our community. It's something that I would like our families to come and enjoy. Christmas time, we'll have Santa and Miss Claus come and take pictures, and Easter egg hunts on Easter. So it's definitely something that I'm trying to bring back to the community. I'd hate to see this property go to a blighted property. On top of the mortgage, I have $150,000 cash that is my life savings that I'm putting into this property. So I'm revamping it, I'm renovating the whole entire building, and I'm hoping that the board will see, truly as a resident and as a current business owner, that I want to do what's best. I am going to run the business myself. My sister is going to be coming up and moving to our area to help me manage the restaurant, business-wise. So it's going to be family ran, family owned. I'm hoping that our neighborhood kids can eventually have their first job there. My kids can inherit it and keep it going in 20, 30 years from now. So it's definitely something I hope that you would consider. Again, it's neighborhood resident, it's neighborhood commercial. I'm not trying to make it some big fancy restaurant. I do know that there was one recently in the area that failed, right across the street in the medical facility that's there now. We're not looking to do that. Again, I know we have some opposers. I'm willing to work with the community and the neighbors in the area on hours, lighting, any issues that they may have, or anything that they would like to discuss with me on, but that's pretty much what I can say right now.
Okay, thank you. All right, those that are here in favor of this change, if you wish to speak, now's the time. Yes, sir, come forward, state your name and address, and fill out a speaker card, please.
My name is Kip Taylor. I live at 77290 Highway 1083, which is roughly a mile and a half, 2 miles from, the building that's there. And like Brandy said, we are in a dead zone. We have 3 kids, that range from 17, 11, and 20. Anytime we want to do anything, anytime we want to have, food, the kids either like to either go to Bogalusa or usually to Covington. And just to have the safety, peace of mind, knowing my kids aren't out on the road. There were 3 accidents there just last night, on that little stretch of Highway 21. It'd be nice to have somewhere for our kids to go, somewhere to have food delivered, and just it's a very tight-knit community. Just have a safe place for them to be able to go and eat or do whatever it is, but it definitely would be nice.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else in the audience wish to speak in favor?
Phone call? Ready to call?
I have a note here for a Rocky Russo. Rocky, are you in favor or against?
Nope. I'm in favor.
Okay, you have the floor. Please state.
Well, my wife and I moved to this area. I'm sorry?
Go ahead.
Okay. My wife and I moved to this area about 9 years ago. Actually, it was 9 years ago exactly on Halloween. We love being a part of this community, and we've chosen to have and raise our children here. I do work on the South Shore. I commute daily to my business, and I can't really express how much I look forward to getting back to this community on that same daily basis. My wife and I want to be here, and the fact that we want to be here attributes a great deal to us not wanting to leave here. So, we're very much in favor of a place where we can pick something up to eat on our way home. We'd like a place that's willing to deliver to our neighborhoods when we're home on a Friday evening, having a movie night with our kids, when we have guests over and we may not feel like cooking, just kind of relaxing. We'd like to have a neutral place to meet up with friends and neighbors on a weekend afternoon. And, you know, I get it. Our community does exist of numerous retired folks, and I understand the concerns that they have regarding rezoning. It does have the potential to affect their environment. However, there's also a wave of young families that are making their way into this community. And quite frankly, thanks to the seasoned folks, they established this community and have made it what it is. And it's one of the reasons that we love it. They did a great job. And young families like mine want to keep it going, but also keep it growing. And that means growing carefully and in a fashion that makes the community better, closer and stronger. So we're 100% in favor of the rezoning should you decide to grant it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right. We have some folks that are in the audience that wish to oppose. Come forward, state your name and address. You have a speaker card in your hand, so.
My name is Robert Cush. My address is 77145 Highway 21. We have the property right next door to the property we're talking about. The property we own is 20 acres. It was homesteaded back in 1800s by my father's family. My father was able to get the property back in our family back in the early 70s. I'm not opposed to a restaurant at all. My big concern is that Tina's Cafe was there, and it was a thriving business. That was way before Katrina and way before Covington built to what Covington is today. From the interstate to our property used to be woods, nothing there. That's when it was successful. We're 6 miles from Covington right now. And my concern is the rezoning, that if this business doesn't make it, what's the zoning going to be? What'll be there next? I'm not against a restaurant or against this family trying to do what they're doing. It's a free world, and it should be that way.
It will stay, if this passes, it will stay an NC2, and then any business that would be appropriate in NC2 could move into that.
I understand that. My concern is what other business could it become in NC2? I mean, what could it be? I'm not familiar, I guess, with what the zoning would turn into, but if this restaurant doesn't make it, and who's going to be the next door neighbor then?
It's staff. Can you help me out there?
Yes. It could be a professional office. It could be an antique shop, art supply store, art gallery, bakery, barbershop, beauty shop, a bookstore, utility collection office, a sewing shop, a florist, a deli, a drugstore, dry cleaner, garden supply, gift shop, hardware store, hobby store, jewelry store, a restaurant without a lounge, a shoe store, sporting goods store, toy stores, or apparel shop.
It's basically neighborhood commercial.
Right.
Okay.
And I know a lot of times once they rezone once, it gives the shoe, the foot in the door to rezone to something different. We don't want a ballroom next to us. We don't want a nightclub. We don't want, truck stop, tire sales, this kind of stuff, that was our concern.
Well, anything that requires a zoning change has to come back before this commission.
Okay. Like I say, I'm not against the business at all. I mean, I'm looking forward to having good neighbors, but my only concern was if it was to change something else. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wish to speak against? Come forward, state your name and address, and fill out a speaker card, please.
It's probably my mistake, but I put all of our speaker cards over here on the side. My name is Wayne Worth. I'm 77181 Highway 21. And to begin, the idea of using the metal building, which had been Hope Church, that was built back in '85, is it sounds as though that there are no other options for that building, but in fact, the current owner, who I believe acquired it as an A2, a residential building, has options within that classification to put it to other uses other than a restaurant, which we oppose because we live next to it. And this NC2 classification will allow them to have inside dining, and these days, and it's not hard to imagine, outside dining. There's a large basketball concrete slab right behind this building. That will become, I'm sure, a gathering place, and that's so close to our property, I can hear someone cough. So I fear what will become, and it was assumed, I guess, by the planning department, there were no other options in our community, but this will become the restaurant of choice. It certainly is the wish of the applicant that everyone will come there, and they'll, I don't know, but perhaps stop going to a Beta Pub or wherever they're going now. If they are not successful, which my research into pizza restaurants that are independently owned and non-alcohol serving is that their profit margin's about a 7 to 10%. They'll have to sell to make a little bit of money. They'll have to sell about 500 $20 pies a week, and that will yield them about a $100 profit at 7% a day for their efforts. I don't know if the 500 people or customers that'll be coming, or these things may be delivered, as the young lady was just saying, is really what you have in mind putting into our residential neighborhood right there on 21. The gentleman who spoke before has the property to the left of this building, and I have the property to the right. So we are the closest neighbors. And by the way, my other neighbors in the area asked me to speak for them, the Olivers and the Odoms, who are also neighbors adjoining this property, are against it. I think, and I'll just move quickly to my real concern, and it should be the concern of anyone that's, you've seen these things develop. I know it happened this way at Milne. Something will start as a really great idea. We were supporters of Milne and contributors and whatnot, and supported their cafe. But then when they came to you for an HC zoning, because they needed the money, they were able to get that. Now the story is a little shorter and sadder because they went out of business. And I also did a little research and found that that is because, according to the St. Tammany Restaurant Association, the density of population in our area will not support a restaurant. And actually that came from someone at Milne, and they wish they had known that before they got started. By the way, how this zoning, how the planning department is not standing in opposition to the spot zoning within our residential area is, I believe they were under the impression that there were no options in the community. But just up the road, about a few hundred yards, at 1083 and 21, it's highway commercial. That was zoned that way in 12 in these chambers, with Jeff Sheehan winning the argument that that would be, it was important to allow the Hobarts to get the HC classification, which is where a restaurant like this should go, because it was the next logical place for commercial development. And I opposed Jeff, and that didn't go so well, but the zoning was approved and it exists there. And 1.6 miles further up the road at Grundy Hills and Whippoorwill, there's a mile-long tract of high commercial, which is approved and ready for development for a restaurant. So there are other options other than using a building, which is by the way, almost 40 years old, which is the life expectancy of these type metal buildings. That can be other places that could be used or developed, which was, I think, the intent of the master plan was to select places that would be ideal for development rather than just taking something that was handy. By the way, I'll close with this. I wasn't around with Tina's restaurant, but the idea that it was embraced by the neighbors, there are people standing behind me who were living here, and I've heard these stories with a laugh, how they set up their restaurant, which had good food, but because they couldn't wiggle out a permit for beer and alcohol, they opened a grocery store next door, and that you could buy your beer and wine there and then bring your bottle around. And I guess bring your own is still something that's done in sit-down restaurants, and that could be something that happens here. And then Tina's was finally closed when that went to, I think, video gambling or something. So there's no fairy tale about Tina's being a good neighbor. They were, from all reports to me, they were the worst of neighbors. And that's what I fear will become if this restaurant isn't as successful as they hope. And I would hope for them. I would hope wherever they land that they have a successful business. But with margins thin, you need a huge volume, and a huge volume brings a lot of traffic, and traffic has consequences on a road that it's already, I think someone just mentioned about the accident. He was actually speaking for them. But the accidents and deaths that have happened right outside Milne, one in front of my driveway. So bringing a business that relies on a volume, whether that be the trash they generate, the debris, the light, the noise, or the traffic, is something that we as the neighbors shouldn't be forced to endure through this process of spot zoning.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wish to speak against? Yes, ma'am, state your name and address.
Yes, my name is Elaine Worth. I'm with him. We own the property. I live at 77181 Highway 21. It's that property that Brandy said was 10 acres back from the Hope Church property. But we also own, we have a servitude and we have a private road. But we also own the property directly adjacent, 77173 Highway 21, which used to be the Waldheim family practice. When Richard Sanders retired.
Time's up. Go ahead and finish.
Oh, I'm sorry. I rattled. I'm sorry. In any case, the reason we oppose it, that is, we took the property next door, we took the doctor's office, we renovated it into a cottage that we rent. We have owned it since 12. It's a charming little cottage, and I'm really concerned that it's going to impact my ability to earn money in my rental in a residential when I'm looking at the front of a pizza place, and my backyard of my tenants will be looking at the back of a pizza place. And very quickly, I also want to say, Brandy and I talked. She's a lovely lady. She has no restaurant experience. 50% of new restaurants fail in the first 3 years in good times. We're in COVID. Established restaurants are struggling. And so I just think to change this zoning, spot zoning, which supposedly we're opposed to here, to just spot zone is just a little foolish. And I think that there are commercial places she could go without us having to change the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, time has expired on those wishing to speak against. We're going to go to rebuttal. Brandy, I will recognize you for rebuttal.
I may not have restaurant business, but I have business. I have owned and managed and ran 3 companies from 26 years old to today. I still currently own 2, so I know how to run a business. And yes, at the end of the day, it is a business, bottom line. It does have to succeed, it does have to make money, and we will be sure that it does that. So it could thrive and live and survive and continue to create something better for our community. I completely understand the neighbors' views. I am definitely willing to work with them in any way possible. Put up fencing, minimize lighting, reduce hours, as long as it still provides to the rest of the community. Like I mentioned before, I have 60 individuals locally that live within a mile radius of this location that commented on our Facebook page that they would love this in our community. I spoke with Brandon Stein, he's the fire chief in District 10, which is Waldheim's fire chief. He 100% wanted this, said he would love to see this in our community. I've spoken to tons of homeowners that, with their kids and everything, would love to have this. If I need more time to show you that, because I don't have enough people here physically to tell you that they would love this, I would be more than happy to provide you with anything, put out an ad. I didn't really have a lot of time to do that, and get more support from our area. Obviously these are neighbors adjacent to the property, which are a handful, but we're talking 1,500 homes that are within driving distance of us being able to do delivery that do not have that right now. We don't. And I agree, COVID is closing down restaurants. I'm actually able to get $60,000 of restaurant equipment for $20,000 right now to open this place up. And probably 80% of my sales is going to be delivery. So the complaints that they're having with the people coming and going and the cars in and out, majority of my business will probably most likely be delivery, because that's what our community needs right now. That's what COVID is pushing us into, is for us to stay home with our kids more. That's our lives. That's what we're growing into. And right now, I'm seeing a change. I live on Churchill Downs in Grande Hills. 3 houses on our street alone sold within the last year. One of them for $639,000, 2 houses over from mine. And it was a retired elderly couple that moved and sold their home, and now it is a young, middle-aged, 30s, with 3 children purchasing that home. So we are seeing older individuals leave and younger individuals that can work from home, run their businesses from home with their kids, living in our area. If it doesn't happen here, yes, it will happen somewhere else, down the street, a mile away. But this is a blighted building. It's been blighted for over 3 years. If I don't purchase it, who will? And if I don't get the rezoning on neighborhood rezoning, it may get rezoned highway commercial, and you're going to end up with a gas station, you're going to end up with a convenience store, you're going to end up with a bar, or even a strip club. I don't want that. Like I said, I'm a resident. I have 5 kids to raise. And my youngest is 19 months old. I've got 18 years, 17, and I'm sure the other ones are probably not going to finish college. So I agree. I'd really like the board to understand where I'm coming from with this as a family, as a resident, and as a business owner. And like I said, I'm putting my retirement into this, $150,000 cash, and it is going to succeed. I have succeeded in every business, and I've sold 2. My first business I had for 8 years, and I sold it to a national company when I decided to move from the South Shore to the North Shore to be a part of Waldheim and Bush. That was a $2 million company. So I am not going to let a little po' boy pizza shop not succeed, if I could do that.
Okay.
So thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right. Those that oppose, we're in rebuttal phase. If you wish to rebut anything that the lady said, now's the time.
I haven't filled out a card.
Please state your name and address.
My name is Joey Sedtall. I live at 23208 Garden Drive. It's the road, one road over from this property. The reason most of us live out there is because it is rural. We want it to stay rural. A business is going to change the atmosphere of the area. It's going to increase traffic. Now, when this lady, as well-intentioned as she is, states that the majority of her business is going to be delivery, she doesn't know that. She's never run a restaurant before. I had my own business at one time. It was quite successful for 40 years. But I never ran a restaurant. The failure rate on restaurants is dismal. There's another problem with traffic there. We have numerous wrecks in that area. It's actually scary when I have to stop and put my turn signal on to turn into my own road. The traffic on Highway 21 has grown exponentially, and it's very fast. I just don't see any upside to this restaurant. To say that there's nothing that, first of all, you can get pizza delivered out there. But to say that there's no other option for dining, it is only 6 miles to Covington. It's less than that to Abita. They both have viable dining options. This would be the only business of its type between Covington and Bush, with the exception of the Backwoods Mercantile, which is kind of a sandwich shop, kind of a grocery store, and it's commercial. And there are other options. I just don't think that, to say that there are 1,500 homes, that doesn't mean you have 1,500 customers. I just don't see that this business is going to provide us with anything that we need. And again, I want to stress the fact that this lady, as well-intentioned as she is, has no restaurant experience. I'm also, one other little concern. I enjoy my night sky. I enjoy walking out and looking at the clouds. And the stars, rather. My son came home from Baltimore, and the first thought, what he said that night was, "My God, Dad, I can see the stars." When you start lighting up this property, that's gone. You can see Pelican Park from the middle of the causeway when it's lit up. It has that much effect on the sky. Now that may not be important to some people, but it's important to the people that live out there. We live in a rural country atmosphere for a reason. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Yes, sir. You have a minute and 40 seconds.
One more swing at this. The master plan for zoning that and land use was really carefully put together. It's, it's 1,000 pages. So when sites were designated as highway commercial early on, those sites up at Grundy Hills and Whippoorwill, I thought that would be where development would take place when I moved here in '09. But then came along the idea that at 1083 and 21 would be the next logical place for commercial. I resisted that, but maybe the board here ruled for it, that should be the next place. Okay, but now we're talking about taking a building simply because it's there, and that won't be there long. It's in the final years of its usable life, this metal building. You Google it, it's pretty typical. That's a well-maintained building, and this one wasn't particularly. So just because it's there in the middle of our residential neighborhood does not mean it has to be folded into a commercial use, which is exactly the opposite of the residential zoning that we enjoy, which is why I labeled it as the spot zoning. So with that, 15 seconds to go. Thank you for your time. Appreciate your consideration.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to speak in rebuttal against? Pardon?
He's for, we passed it.
He's not rebuttal, he didn't
Okay.
have the opportunity to speak on my behalf.
Okay. Please state your name and address and fill out a speaker card as well.
Thank you. First, I want to apologize for a while ago. I didn't realize somebody was on the phone. So, my name is Al Guidry. I live at 500 Oak Avenue, and that's in Bridge City, Louisiana. I am Brandy's grandfather, and I'm here tonight solely to support her in her endeavor to open up, delivery, pizza and po' boy delivery. Okay. Brandy is not new to restaurant service. Her mom and dad owned a restaurant for quite a few years. Now, unfortunately, her dad died a couple of years ago, but she's familiar with the restaurant business, okay?
Okay.
And I can understand the concerns of the people, that live in that area. Anytime you get something new in an area, naturally somebody's gonna say, well, they have concerns about it, or they might not want it. Right now, it looks like it's mainly concerns that they have about what would happen if you rezone this or, in the future.
Okay.
I've been to the property. I just walked around the neighborhood.
Okay, I'm gonna have to shut you down, so wrap it up real quick for me.
And personally, I don't see where a restaurant right there, the way she wants to run it, is gonna interfere with anything that the neighborhood is doing. I don't think they should have a concern. And all I'm asking is that she gets a chance to do it.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. That's the end of the rebuttal on both sides. I'm gonna close it to the public and bring it back to the commission. Do I have a motion? One way or the other?
I'm familiar with that area. I'm sorry, was somebody else talking?
No, go ahead.
I'm familiar with that area. I grew up right down the road. That area, that restaurant has been there, and it has been blighted for years, and I think the community would be best served by allowing Miss Brandy to open that restaurant and improve the exterior of the building and bring some life back to that building and bring to that area.
Okay.
Thank goodness for Piggly Wiggly, right, Miss Brandy?
Yes, sir, thank you.
I move to approve.
Motion by Commissioner Seeger to approve. Do I have a second?
Second, Mr. Chairman.
Second by Commissioner Crawford.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to ask the staff about, do you look at the speed limit in an area when you look at the zoning?
That's a state highway.
It's on a state highway.
We don't,
I know, but it's, for anyone who has driven on Highway 21, a lot of it's 55, and it is extremely dangerous because a lot of people are not going 55, they're going 75. And so that would be a real concern for me. There's a lot of, down
Okay.
here, it's very flat. We don't think about hills, but in this area, there's some pretty good hills. And you come out on a side road and someone is topping the hill at 75 and you're just getting up to speed. It's very scary. It's very dangerous. I worked out of Money Hill and had to drive on to Highway 21 for years. And so I know that what the gentleman was saying when you have to be very careful when you put that blinker on, and oftentimes you got to pull over on the shoulder just to be sure that no one doesn't rear end you. So I'm torn about this one because I think the use may not be that detrimental, but I think that it is not set up for the traffic it's going to generate.
okay. Thank you.
I've got a question still down here too.
Okay, Ken?
I'd have to ask staff, there was a comment made about property available that's zoned already for this type of development, not very far away. Can you shed any light on that?
It's just link. There's no building.
That's just land, area zoned for it already is what I'm trying to get.
I think that's by the entrance to Money Hill, abutting Highway 21.
Let me help you, it's 1083 and 21, 20 acres, the whole part.
But I mean, how far away is it from?
It's not half mile.
And the question I have, the reason I have the question is, this NC is typically, we look at this as putting it near residential areas. It's not unusual that we do NC. But the question is, sometimes I view, if in the master plan, there was never put any NC in here at all, and now we're breaking into an A2 area, it to me does feel a little, that's the part, the restaurant part, I don't think is a question for most people. I think most people would love to have this restaurant available, or they don't care if there's a restaurant. The question in front of us is this the right place? And it's not just because there's a building there. I agree with Mr. Seeger. I bet you everybody would be glad to see if there's a building that's run down. I think people would love to see it.
It was previously.
And it was previously a restaurant, but it's not now. It's A2 property right now. So what it was and what it is abandoned property that's A2. It's not, and if there's property not very far that can be done without changing zoning, I would question why we would need to change the zoning to do this.
No.
Okay.
Come on, let's have a vote.
This is not a.
So I just, can you shed any other light on that, staff, as far as property available close by?
Come on.
Not necessarily the immediate vicinity or directly.
Okay, I
abutting.
guess the point being is, maybe that doesn't matter, but this property isn't zoned for there and never has been. If there was a restaurant and shut down, it's kind of like a lot of the things we have. Once they go away, it is back to its original zoning or the zoning of the area. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anything else, Ken?
No, that's all.
Okay. We have a motion and a second to approve the NC2. Please vote.
Seeger,
Yes.
Russ,
No.
McInnes,
No.
Willie,
Yay.
Richard,
Yes.
Barcelona,
Yes.
Fitzmaurice,
Yes.
Crawford, Drum,
Yes.
Randolph,
Yes.
Doherty.
Yes?
The motion to approve carries.
Thank you. Item 11. All right.
You might want to give them a
Please,
minute.
please exit the building, and I'll pick up here in about 5 minutes.
It might be that long. Haven't even got to the bad one. Haven't even got to the controversial.
Wake up. I understand that. You gotta wake up. I saw Kaz of mine. I know she's got
First, newbie just sits behind off.
All right, let's, I think everybody's out of the chambers that needs to be out. Paul, you ready?
Okay.
All right, item 11 is 2020-2019-ZC. Existing zoning is PBC1, Planned Business Campus. Proposed zoning is HC3, Highway Commercial District, parcel located on the east side of West Shore Drive, north of Pinnacle Parkway, Covington, Ward 1, District 1. It's 45.78 acres. The petitioner is Watercross Development LLC, Josh Weiner. The owner is Advanced Mortgage Company LLC, Bruce Weiner. Council District 1, staff?
The purpose of the HC3 Highway Commercial District is to accommodate large-scale, heavy commercial uses. The subject site is located east of the existing Colonial Pinnacle Norderlac Regional Business Center, which is developed with commercial and retail uses at a various type of density. Staff has determined that the petition HC3 Highway Commercial District will allow for uses that are appropriate to the area and is not opposed to the request.
Thank you. Mr. Morone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Paul Marone on behalf of the petitioner. This site was zoned PBC1 probably back in around the comprehensive rezoning for the purpose of housing the Cultural Arts District. At that time, there was discussion and an agreement between the property owners, my clients, and the parish, whereby my clients would donate the property, the parish would put in certain infrastructure, and they would develop this cultural arts district. That district would have included an amphitheater along the river, would have included a children's museum, as well as a performing arts center. As part of that agreement, as I said, the parish was going to be installing infrastructure like roads, bringing utilities to the site, parking lots. Over the years, despite the efforts of the prior administration, the parish was never able to make that happen. And by and large, the project really became abandoned. When the current administration took over, my client met with President Cooper, and at that time it was determined that it really wasn't a project that the parish was in a position to pursue, and there was no intention to move forward with it any further. As a result, that's what brings us here this evening. This site was part of the Colonial Pinnacle site. It had the Cultural Arts District concept and idea not been there, this would have been rezoned with the rest of that site. So with that idea going away, we're now asking to have the site rezoned consistent with everything that is to our west, which is HC3. Staff has no objection, noting that the uses would be compatible with those that are around it, and we would respectfully request your approval of the change to HC3 accordingly. I'll be happy to answer any questions that any of the members of the commission might have at the appropriate time.
Thank you, Mr. Morone. Anyone in the audience wish to speak in favor of this zoning change? Anyone wish to speak against? Seeing no one, I will close it to the public and bring it back to the commission.
In the back.
Come forward. Ma'am? Come up to the mic. You'll need to state your name and address and fill out a speaker card.
My name is Lauren Smith. My address is 123 Davis Street, Madisonville, Louisiana. And I am against it because I believe that this is going to make flooding worse. That's what I have to say.
Okay, all right.
That's it.
Fill out a speaker card, please. Anyone else wish to speak against? Paul, you want to go for rebuttal?
Just briefly to point out that the same regulations with regards to drainage that apply to PBC1 will apply to HC3. So from a drainage standpoint, the requirements won't change as a result of a change in the zoning.
Okay. Ma'am, do you wish to say anything in rebuttal?
She's here on case 13.
Pardon?
Oh, she's here for 13, okay.
Okay, all right.
That makes more sense.
All right, we're going to close it to the public and bring it back to the commission.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Fitzmaurice to approve. Second?
Randolph.
Second by Commissioner Randolph. Any further discussion?
I got a question of Paul.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Paul. I'm, in favor of the zoning change, but my concern is, the uses that would be right along the river. Because it was PVC, it was, not as intrusive as, HC.
Yeah, that's a good question, and I will tell you that most of the area along the river is low. There is a high bluff that goes to part of it, but much of it is low. As with the property that is to the north, which is also owned by my client, the intent would be to put most of that lower property into a conservation servitude. They own about 2 miles of frontage along that waterway right there, and about 1.5 miles of it will end up in a servitude. Much of this will be the same.
And I guess a follow-up question is like any HC uses that could make use of the river.
It's not much. I mean, in our discussions, the only uses that were contemplated at the river would be like a walking deck to get out there for observation deck or something like that, but nothing directly on the river.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yep.
Paul, while you're still there,
Yes,
do you know if any of this is part of the critical drainage area for the parish?
I do.
On the river here, I would imagine when we have these events like we're getting ready to maybe have another one here, and we've got the water backs up in the river.
Right.
Is a lot of this underwater?
I don't know if it would be considered part of the critical or sensitive area. That's a specific mapping area. I would say that certainly the area that is along the river frontage is going to be sensitive areas. That is lower. We know that there's some elevation issues there, that's most of the ground in those lower elevations that would most likely be put into that conservation servitude.
Okay, and then I think the question about HC, what might be there in drainage of stuff from the property into the, I guess, would be always a concern, I guess, HC probably opens a lot of things that we probably would be concerned about. And you don't know what this property is going to be used for at this time, huh?
We do not. No, we do not.
Any further comment, Ken?
No.
I have a quick question.
Todd?
I have a question.
Go ahead. Yes, sir.
Watercross Development, what kind of company are they? Or what kind of organization are they?
I'm not sure how to answer that. That's a good question. It's owned by the Wayner family, who are land developers, and so they develop properties of all types, whether it be commercial, residential, and have done so for many, many years. So they're a land development company. They own and are developing, if you look on your map, all of the property to the north, the Watercross PUD, that's theirs. They're the developers of that site. They were the owners of the Colonial Pinnacle site, and still own property that is adjacent to this parcel within Colonial Pinnacle.
Well, I know they have the shopping area to the west.
Mm-hmm.
So is that part of theirs?
Most of what you see as Colonial Pinnacle has been sold.
Okay.
They owned it at one time, but it is no longer in their ownership. There are some parcels that are undeveloped that are actually adjacent to and above this site that is part of that HC3 zoning of the Colonial Pinnacle site that they still do own, but where Target is, not Target, excuse me, but Academy and all of that, that's no longer part of their ownership.
Because, I travel this quite a bit, and that little roundabout going under the interstate is travel a lot with the traffic. So my concern would be, what could they put in there, which is right against the river, and not interfere with the traffic that's right there at the same time?
Well, that's a good question. One thing I would point out about that, so the access to this site is where the Mercedes dealership is. It's the road that is behind the Mercedes dealership. So this site is not likely to access directly onto the service road because that's a controlled access because of the interstate. So the access really would be through the street that is between Mercedes and the pet store and Academy. That's where you would access this site. And so it would come to that controlled intersection that is in that area.
Okay. I could see restaurant or something like that, but anything more industrial doesn't sit well.
Right, understood.
Okay.
Okay, thank
Any-
you.
Any further questions, Todd?
Just a final comment. I want to, obviously, I wish the Cultural Arts District would have worked. I know that was a long-time plan. There's a lot of vision there, and I really do appreciate the Wayner family putting that property up for opportunity for the parish and what that would have brought us. So with that no longer in play, this makes natural sense to zone it exactly how it would have been zoned otherwise. So if there's any, we have a motion and a second, correct?
Correct.
So, all right, thank you.
All right, any further discussion? Please vote.
Seeger,
Yes.
Rest,
Yes.
McInnes,
Abstain.
Willie,
Yay.
Richard,
Yes.
Barcelona,
Yes.
Fitzmaurice,
Yes.
Crawford, Drum,
Yes.
Randolph,
Yes.
Doherty.
Yes.
The motion to approve carries.
Todd.
Okay, next case, item number 12, 2020-2020-ZC. The existing zoning is A1 Suburban District and Rural Overlay. Proposed zoning is A1 Suburban District, Rural Overlay, and Manufactured Housing Overlay. The parcel is located on the south side of Simalusa Drive, being Lot 21, Honeysuckle Estates Loop Subdivision, Covington, Ward 2, District 6. It's 0.92 acres. The petitioner is Taylor Norman. The owner is Taylor Norman and Kendall Burns. Bonds.
0.92 or 5.2?
It says 9.2 on one sheet and 5.2 on the other.
That's correct. It says 0.92 on the, we'll get a clarification on it. It's Council District 6. Staff?
Staff is not opposed to the request as the manufactured home on the property is consistent with the site's residential comprehensive plan designation.
And can we get a clarification on the acres? Is it 0.92 or 0.52?
0.92.
Very good. It's 0.92. And are you the petitioner?
Say it again for me.
Are you the petitioner? You the owner or the petitioner?
My fiance is.
Okay.
I'm an owner.
Okay, please state your name and tell us what you're trying to do.
Kendall Bonds, and I'm trying to take an abandoned mobile home and replace it with a new one.
Okay. Any other comments? That's it?
Nope. It's been built up for a while now. Trees growing all around it. We cleared the lot. We're getting the old mobile home moved off and trying to put the new one there.
Excellent. Well, let's see if there's anybody else that wants to comment in the audience. Is anybody else in favor of this request? Is there anyone in the audience that's opposed to this request? Please come forward. Please state your name and address.
My name is Robert Darcy, and I live at 79214 Honeysuckle Estates Loop. Now, I am living in a modest home. It's vinyl siding. It has concrete footing all the way around with the concrete, solid concrete, 6x6s on that frame home. It has 2 bathrooms, full bathrooms. And I'm thinking, how much money am I going to lose if I try to sell my home when I get another trailer sitting in here down 1 block from me? Now, on the middle street, which is Simalusa, there's a camper trailer in there with a man living in it, and it's got 3 dogs in a pen. And I have to listen to that all the time. Okay, Then I got another person over on Honeysuckle that is to the, I think, the east. He's in a Winnebago mobile home, cleaned out just enough of the trash and the trees to back it in there. And then he pulls his truck up in front of it. Now I gotta look at that too when I drive in, okay? I mean, it's a beautiful neighborhood. Then I got a trailer that's behind my home, and it doesn't have skirting around it, and it's got multiple vehicles in it. And if you come in on the main drag and turn to come to my house, I've got to look at a Chevrolet truck, blue, no wheels on, windows busted out of it, hood's partially open, and nobody takes care of my neighborhood. They just overlook it. And believe me, you wouldn't want to live in that. Not with another trailer in there that somebody's not going to put any kind of a footing on, no skirting, and they're going to get flooded out first time it rains 19 inches in Bogalusa, just like I did. And I had to remodel. Well, I can't remodel more. I'm too old now. I'm falling apart. And I thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll give you 1 second. Is there anybody else in the audience that would like to speak in opposition? Give an opportunity to the petitioner for rebuttal. You have 5 minutes.
I feel like everything he said was irrelevant because us taking the abandoned mobile home off of there and putting a new one there is helping, if anything. And all the other abandoned mobile homes in there, one of the ladies actually contacted me, is trying to get me to help her sell that abandoned mobile home and get that cleared off. So if anything, I feel like I'm helping the neighborhood more than anything. And as far as the dogs, those people actually behind us, we're trying to get rid of them also because they're living in a, I don't know what it is, looks like a camper they're living in, so that's really it.
All right, thank you. Any other rebuttal? You have anything to add? Seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and close the floor to the public and bring it back to the commissioners.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner, is it Seeger?
Randolph.
Oh, Randolph, I'm sorry.
I have a question for the petitioner.
And who was the second, please?
I thought Seeger made the motion, but.
All right, we have a motion. It's on the floor with discussion. Ms. Seeger.
Ms. Norman, Mr. Bonds.
Yes, sir.
Hi, Taylor.
Hi.
What neighborhood did you grow up in?
Honeysuckle.
How far away from this property are your parents?
Hop and skip.
I just wanted to know, wanted us all to know that this is a family area, and she grew up there, and I can vouch for her and her family.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr.
Any other discussion from the commissioners? All right, we have a motion and a second to approve. Please vote.
Seeger,
Yes.
Rest,
Yes.
McInnes,
Yes.
Willie,
Yay.
Richard,
Yes.
Barcelona,
Yes.
Fitzmaurice,
Yes.
Crawford,
Yes.
Drum,
Yes.
Randolph,
Yes.
Doherty.
Yes.
The motion to approve carries.
Thank you. All right, next item is 13, case numbers 2020-2021-ZC. Existing zoning is A3 and HC2, commercial, highway commercial district. Proposed zoning is A4, residential district. Parcel located at the end of Jessicat Lane, north of Vista Street, Madisonville, Ward 1, District 1. It's 53.864 acres. Petitioner's Brad Drury. Owner is LaGrange Legacy LLC, Paul LaGrange. Council District 1, staff.
Staff is not opposed to the request as the site abuts existing residential development to the east, south, and west, and will correct what is currently split zoning between the development sites. Additionally, the requested density is compatible with the existing zoning designation in the area.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Are you Brad Drury?
Yes, sir. Brad Drury, 75 Oleander Court, Mandeville, Louisiana. Pretty self-explanatory. Just one thing to note is the actual commercial zoning entrance is through a Palm Court subdivision. So I feel like taking the zoning and bringing it to a full residential situation would actually be a benefit to the current residents around the area.
Okay.
And if there's any questions, please.
All right, we'll get to those in a minute. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Anyone in the audience wish to speak in favor of this zoning change? Yes, ma'am. And you're speaking in favor, right?
Yes. Hi, my name is Judy Darby. I own property at 145 Vista Street, which is 2 properties over. I live east of Palm Courts. I am in favor of the subdivision, and it is my fervent hope that you will do something about the traffic on Brewster Road by building the long-planned service road along the south boundary, the south frontage of I-12, which will help the subdivision greatly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, anyone else wish to speak in favor?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Jeannie Lava. I live on 125 Scott Street, which is just 1 block away from Vista on the south side. And I was against it, but now that I hear if it's going to go through Palm Courts as an entrance, that is fine. I was more worried about using Rex to go in and out, because Rex is the only way in and out of our subdivision now, and that includes Palm Courts.
Well, the planning commission will look at all that when Mr. Drury comes with some plans to develop the subdivision, okay? But right now, all we're doing is just looking at the zoning change, which apparently is appropriate. Staff has agreed to, okay?
Okay, yeah, that's good. Thanks.
All right. Anyone else wish to speak in favor? Yes, sir. Please state your name and address and fill out a speaker card.
My name is Clarence Blosh, live at 109 Scott Street. I've got questions as far as the zoning. What, this will allow them to open a subdivision there under the ruling of single-family dwellings?
Right.
To my knowledge. Brewster Road does not need another subdivision emptying on it. Right now, we're approximately 7 miles from downtown Covington. It's a 30 to 40-minute ride on a good day. On a bad day, it's 45 minutes. It takes 6 to 8 light cycles to get from Brewster Road onto Turnpike. I'm 1 mile off of Turnpike when I enter Brewster Road, and it takes me 15 minutes to get to Turnpike. We don't need the additional traffic.
Okay.
Brewster Road picks up all the traffic coming from Tangipahoa Parish, Beatico, and everything on our side of Robin Road, Brewster and Bootlegger. The traffic is horrendous. There's no way you can go now. It's like a parking lot. And you're talking about possibly putting another 150 to 200 cars on the road. It's not needed, it's not wanted, and it's not acceptable.
Okay.
I'm guessing you were
Thank
against it, though.
All
right?
We're still talking
You,
about
he said, you said you were for it, so.
No, against it.
Yeah, that's obvious. We got that.
All right, does anyone else wish to speak against?
Oh, I was speaking in favor.
Okay, well, come on.
Come on, let's go.
You just need to fill out a speaker card too.
My name is Courtney Fricky. I live in Slidell, but I work in that, right in that area, and I'm for the reduction from the commercial to residential. I think there's more impact with the commercial on the community, and it would help with the service road.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Yes.
Four.
This is four.
We're not too against yet.
Okay, anyone else wish to speak for?
Good evening, Tony Perez, 110 Jessica Lane. I'm here. I don't have a problem. I'm not opposing the rezoning, but I do have concerns with the area with the roadways and stuff. It's bad back there.
Well, all that
These are
has to-
single lane roads, and that's an accident waiting to happen.
Okay, all that comes in the planning phase, okay? This is just zoning right here.
Just had to say my concerns. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wish to speak in favor? Anyone wish to speak against?
Come on.
Come up, state your name, and be sure you filled out a speaker card.
Now we got it.
Thank you. My name is Ernie Schwartz, and I just want to say that I'm totally against this. I've been living there for 34 years. I've seen it grown, just overgrown. And I know that we're going to have traffic, and we're going to have major drainage problems. We already have drainage problems. We're not a wealthy subdivision area back there, and we have been neglected totally. I am totally against it. We do not need another car, and we do not need more trees cut down, because then the drainage is going to be ridiculous. So I'm totally against it.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
How y'all doing today? My name is Jared Clussy. I live at 345 Coconut Palm. I recently moved there about a year ago. The reason why I'm opposing it essentially is that when we first moved in, we were on our closing. We went through our inspection phase. We put 30 days into it, a little bit more than that actually. 2 days before we moved into our house, the street in front of our lot flooded. I asked some of the neighbors in the neighborhood if it was a concern, if it was something that would regularly happen. They said no. They said that in the 5 years that the residents in the Palm Courts had seen the area, they had only seen it flood 1 or 2 times. My concern is that I'm about 128 foot from the front of my property where my ditch is to the back of my property, which backs up to this property that's going to be built with the additional 50 plus acres. And there is a natural waterway that is in front of my property as well as behind my property. In and out of wrecks on a regular basis when it does flood, you can't see the road. There are people that go in the ditch on a regular basis, and it's because of drainage. Drainage is a massive issue back there. The Palm Courts, they have 2 drainage or retention ponds, both one in the front, one in the back, and it's still not enough. The average grade on my lot is 3/4 of an inch from the 100-foot front that's on there. So it's nowhere near enough grade in order to drain the property correctly. I've been in development with my grandfather, which is the Clussy Corporation, for the better part of my younger years, and we've developed a significant amount of properties over time. This is my first time kind of going through this venue, so I'd like to first say I apologize for wasting anybody's time if I'm up here doing that. My major concerns beyond it is that right now it's zoned as a A3, I believe, and the A3 zoning indicates that it allows 2 houses per acre, which if we give them a proper drainage map and do things along these lines, then maybe we'll get about 150 homes in there if they rezone it to A4, which will essentially double the capacity of that area. The problem is that Jessica feeds into Vista, which feeds directly onto Rex, which goes onto Brewster. Fortunately for me, I leave in the morning about 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning. So when I used to commute, I work offshore, so most of my jobs are early in the morning, come home late at night, so I don't have to deal with traffic. My wife on a regular basis, if she would have known that I was moving her into this area, she would have never allowed me to purchase the house in the area, simply because my son goes to Madisonville Elementary, and it takes her 30 minutes through back legs. She can't even go the normal routes anymore because everybody has to go the back way. Basically, Brewster is overpopulated. There's entirely too many homes that are in there already. Reverting back into the flooding issue, there's one thing that I did notice. There was a planned development that was across the street from Brewster that happened around the same time that we were closing. And since then, they've opened up the waterways and things along those lines. In the last year, that street has flooded probably 6 or 7 times. And we've called up the city and we've contacted multiple people and tried to get somebody out there to possibly do something about it or possibly increase retention in one way or another. I don't know what anyone wants to do with, I understand it's profit margins. Profit margins are what it's all about, right? Everybody wants to develop their land and they want to make their money off their land, and it's completely understandable. I mean, it's why people get into the business. But leaving it as an A3, you still have that margin. And essentially it increases property value. If you maintain that A3 zoning and you give it a better zone, a better footprint, like they did in the Palm Courts, we're still A4 zone in there. But in the Palm Courts, we're 100-foot fronts. The 100-foot fronts are essentially the A3 zoning, which the property lines dictate that. So if we were to possibly just leave it as A3 and create another access directly onto Brewster, but then once you go back onto Brewster, then you have to deal with the traffic on Brewster again. So essentially, I do know that the property will be developed, and that's understood. But something needs to be done for drainage. That's number one thing, because I don't want to lose my home in an X-flood zone from water flooding. And 2, I don't want to have to deal with all of the traffic that comes along with it, or my wife probably doesn't want to have to deal with it. I've got a ton more to say, but I have a bunch of people that are behind me, so I'm going to let them speak on their behalf, and I'm going to fill out the card.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Against? Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so my name is Lauren Smith. I live on 123 Davis Street, and I built a house there in 2016, and I didn't have to get flood insurance because I was in flood zone C, and I built the foundation just high enough, as high as I could go. Anyways, no issues until those 2 neighborhoods right across Brewster were built. I've been out of work. I just had to drop $900 on flood insurance because, and thank God I did, because look what's in the Gulf. You know, I think that Madisonville's a very nice place, and it's basically a swamp area, and, you know, everybody's mentioned drainage. I'm not gonna be redundant and beat a dead horse, but, I mean, yeah, I have, what is it called, equity, when you build, and you put money in it, and you get more because you get, yeah. I have that, and I'm gonna lose it, probably, because of everything, with all these houses coming up everywhere. I mean, you know, they got that in Slidell, you could take that there. That's about it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Please state your name and
Yes, sir.
address.
I'm Mike Petrie. I live in 344 Coconut Palm. Everything Jared said, I'm fully behind. My main concern, though, is, you know, I'm a resident of Palm Courts, and the guys that, the families that also live down at Rex neighborhood, there's tons of small children. The increased amount of traffic that would happen if, you know, this rezoning happens and there's more houses density-wise per, you know, acreage or whatever, it's really gonna become a big safety issue for all of our children because, you know, these kids, they have a lot, you know, of empty roads, you know, in a way. There's not a whole ton of traffic. I mean, it's, you know, just a real big safety concern. I know a lot of families up front are also equally concerned about that. We see a lot of children playing in the streets, playing together, and, you know, once you decide to add the zoning that accommodates 100 to 200 houses or whatever it's gonna end up being, and the only access you have is going down Rex, hitting Vista, and then that side street, I'm forgetting the name right now. It's just gonna be clogged up, and then, you know, potentially if you've gotta make some sort of access road north of us, just below I-12, you know, you're gonna be cutting into Palm Courts. you're gonna cause another inlet of traffic, and this calm cul-de-sac neighborhood is just gonna become a danger zone for families and their kids. So
Okay,
there's 2 minutes left. I'm gonna let somebody else talk.
all right, thank you.
Thanks.
There was another gentleman that wanted to speak.
Good evening, Council. Jonathan Greger. I'm at 361 Coconut Palm. I'm just here to reinforce what my other residents have said. Jared has talked about draining. Me and my wife bought a house back in February in Coconut Palm, and we came from a neighborhood that it was 470 homes, so my 4 girls can't play in the yard. I had to keep them, or in the road, I had to keep them in the yard. So now we have a house at quiet cul-de-sac. They're able to play, have fun. We don't have to worry about drainage right now. I understand planning committees coming up and all that, but I just am here to voice that against it because we don't want to lose what we strove to find for 10 years. So appreciate your time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, anyone else wish to speak against? Yes, sir. Got 1 minute.
Anthony Morrow, live at 118 Vista Street. One of the concerns I have is on Rex. That's the only way out of the 2 subdivisions. Now we're gonna add a 3rd one. But half, I would say, over half the afternoons, you've got these lawn maintenance people. They got their truck and a trailer blocking 1 lane of the road, so we're down to 1 lane. And then when it rains real hard, like I said, up front, those two first blocks, you can't see the ditches. You know, this is all gonna make it worse.
Okay.
And like I said, the safety for kids too, we've had a lot of close calls, kids getting hit. Just way, way too much traffic. And like I said, there's 1 road out. That's all I have to say.
All right, thank you. All right, I think we've covered everybody on the against. We'll go to rebuttal. Mr. Drury.
Thank you, and I do appreciate everyone's concern that is actually residing in the Palm Court area. I've got children myself. What I think what's being overlooked is half of this property is HC2 with a deeded access from Coconut Palm into the HC2 zoning. Nothing stopping for me putting anything that's HC2 approved to go through Coconut Palm into the HC2 zone. The only reason I'm here to, dezone that is to actually make it a full neighborhood. It's already zoned A3. We could start doing something tomorrow in an A3 zone. All of their concerns would still be there. Now, the parish, as you know, we're not gonna let anyone develop anything that's not gonna drain, that's not gonna be satisfying to, to the parish. But really looking at the current zoning as it is, it actually benefits the residents around not to have the HC2, especially the entrance that's deeded from Coconut Palm into that area. Jessica is a viable option to, to enter into the subdivision. But actually, currently, the property itself was potentially a phase 2 of Palm Court. Now, trying to be respectful of the current residents, I was planning on doing an entrance through Jessica Road and just making a totally separate entity, so they wouldn't have the traffic going down Coconut Palm. So all of the, issues of drainage, children, I get it, I understand. But I think this particular plan that we're putting forth to you guys makes a whole lot more sense than what's currently zoned.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, those of you that were against, this is the rebuttal phase, and you have the right to come and speak. It's 5 minutes total. So if you have any further comments, come forward. If you haven't filled out a speaker card, you need to do that.
My name is Ron Nick. I live in Maison Dulac subdivision, but I own property. Actually, I still own a lot in Palm Court subdivision on Coconut Palm Drive that backs up to this property. I know the property was supposed to be a second phase when Tony Marino first developed Palm Courts. And for some reason, it went back to the bank, and I know Paul LaGrange. I've been a builder in the parish now for 37 years. I've been a developer, and I know exactly what comes and goes whenever people try to put in new homes and new subdivisions and all. You're talking about going from 100 homes to 200 or 300 homes. The biggest problem I have back there is wrecks. Now, I do have a lot back there. I have a son that I built a house for back there, that he has 3 little boys. They go back there, they enjoy playing in the street. And the egress to get back there, Rex Road, when everybody here has talked about Rex, Rex is a nightmare, not counting when you get out to Brewster. When you get out to Brewster, you can sit there 15 minutes waiting your turn to turn off a Rex. So I'm not opposed to development, but I am opposed to having an egress coming through Palm Courts, which now is 52 homes. It's a dead end. There's a retention pond on each end, and the flooding in there is atrocious. Now, the house that I built for my son is 128 feet from the property line of this proposed property. And that street, I have a big truck, a big high truck, and we get a heavy rain, I can't get down that street. So the additional traffic is a big thing going down Rex. The flooding is another issue, and the density of the amount of homes they're talking about putting back there is just totally uncalled for and unheard of. And that's it.
Thank you. You want to speak against or in rebuttal?
2 minutes.
How much?
Yes, I'm Matt Nick, 349 Coconut Palm, Madisonville, 70447. And I just want to just reiterate, you know, I'm okay with developing it as how it is, and I'm for that. But adding the amount of homes per acre is, I mean, I think we're asking for trouble. Right now, as everybody said, the traffic coming out on Rex Road, when I leave at 6 in the morning, I sit behind 4 or 5 cars trying to make a left turn, which is a dangerous place to try to make a left turn. Not to mention when you get down to Brewster in 1077, there's an accident there at least once a month. So adding 200 homes, 100 homes into this 54 acres is going to increase the traffic that has to drive through our neighborhood. We're a family-friendly neighborhood, have a lot of children, so there's concerns with that. But also trying to navigate through Rex Road, down Rex Road, as tight as it is, there's no way to expand that road to make it wider. As the gentleman said, when you're trying to pass a lawn truck or any truck that parks on that road, it's dangerous. There's kids walking down that road, kids always playing in that road, so it's another hazard, it's another danger. Why not keep it the way it is? Why not leave it the way it is? Why have to add more? Sometimes less is more, and I believe in this situation, less is more. We're okay with the way it is now. Why change it? That's all I have to say.
Okay. There was another gentleman that wanted to speak in rebuttal.
Yes, sir. I'm a lifelong resident of Western St. Tammany Parish. I hunted on the land that's in question right now when I was a teenager. The only way that property can be developed would be to totally clear cut it and build it up. The land holds water most of the year. It's lowland, it always has been, it always will be until it's filled. Once it's filled, the water will be shutting on us. The only way it can get out of there is to go south, and that's going through our subdivision and through Brewster Road. We don't need it, it's not necessary.
Okay, thank you. All right, anyone else in rebuttal? We still got a few seconds.
In favor?
Pardon?
In favor?
No,
We had 2.5 minutes of the rebuttal in favor that hadn't been expired yet.
I'm sorry, the rebuttal is on the against side. Are you in favor or against?
I'm in favor.
Well, I think we still had some time left on Mr. Drury's.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, he had 2.5 left.
Excuse me. My name's Paul LaGrange. I'm the one who owns the property. I live at 256 Calumet Drive. As the crow flies, about a quarter of a mile from this property. I am very familiar with this property. The water does not drain to the south. The water drains towards the north, towards the interstate, because there's a creek there. In addition to that, the western boundary of Palm Court has a ditch that runs north-south that they're not maintaining. I feel confident that the water that's happening there, that's currently going on my property, can be collected in such a manner that Brad and his engineers, as well as approved from this commission, will improve that. In addition to that, I just want to remind you that we have a commercial zoning that's more intense that we're asking to be reduced. A large portion of this property is that commercial zoning that we're reducing to residential to A4, and I would ask you to support the rezoning request for A4.
Okay, thank you. All right. I think we've covered all of the rebuttal. So I'm gonna, yes, sir. You for
I
or against?
respect what Mr. Paul Grange is saying. The water does not go north. It comes through my property. He put a culvert down Jessica Lane to help relieve some of that water. Now I have nothing but trouble. I've got pictures of it. So yes, the water's not going north, it's going south.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'm gonna close it to the public, bring it back to the commission.
I got some comments, Chairman.
Okay,
I've driven I've driven on Rex Road, and I've driven in all the way back to the back of Coconut Palm. I've been back in there many times, I guess I'd say. I don't live around there, but nature of my Saturday morning activities tend to take me around those areas. So, Rex, for the amount of area this is talking about covering, would be horrific for traffic. There's not a question in my mind. Brewster Road, Brewster Road, although resurfaced recently, isn't any wider than it's ever been. And I was just down it again this last Friday, early in the morning, and I was actually really surprised at the traffic load on that road on a Friday morning. I didn't expect it. It was like 6:30, 7 o'clock in the morning, and I mean, it was steady flow of traffic. This is another one of those areas where there aren't any east-west roads. As far as I know, the parish has no plans to put a service road in that would go over to 1085. Is there any plans from staff? At this time, is there any plans to put is there any plans to put any kind of east or west road in between 1085 and 1077? Okay, so the only thing there is Brewster Road, correct? And it's getting pretty well developed along that road. And the density increase here, so you could take this HC2 and make it all A3. You don't have to go to A4 if you want to make it a common thing. And there's probably everybody would have to, so you could develop all the A3 just like you said right now, and you could develop the commercial. You might have a little problem when you came before planning with your access. I'm not so sure it would be, we'd be looking real promising. The access in and out of here and then getting to Brewster just as terrible. And to put 200 homes possibly back in there would be unthinkable, in my opinion. I mean, it's just not a good place for it at this time. Until the parish does something about some roads. I don't even know about the drainage. I can't speak on it, but I can speak on the traffic, and I just think it would be completely wrong for these people. And that's just my opinion and what I've seen, and I've been in there. So that's all.
Neil?
I couldn't have said it better regarding Rex. I drove it this afternoon before our meeting tonight, and was astounded at the thought. It's a narrow road, it has deep ditches on both sides, and it did have kids on bikes. So it's just, from an access point, and then, of course, when there's no, traffic light or anything to allow traffic to get onto Brewster, so that would be challenging. And y'all know me, we can't have a zoning meeting without me talking about wetlands. I had Carl on staff produce some maps that showed the hydric soils for this area, and it showed 100% hydric soils. Now, this is not the same as having a wetland determination, but it doesn't bode well for this site to double the density. You don't allow, you're gonna have more fill, you have no room for trees. The trees are great. They pump water into the atmosphere. Trees are great for hydrology, but we get rid of them before we develop in wetlands, and it doesn't make sense. The site is predominantly part of the Beatico Creek watershed, and we know that there's a lot of flooding downstream on Beatico. So I really can't support this project, and I'd like to vote for denial.
Okay, well, we're not to that point yet.
Oh, we got a motion? Is that a motion?
No. Is that a motion?
Yeah, that's a motion.
Oh, a motion to deny.
A motion to deny the request to change the zoning.
Okay. All right.
Second.
All right. Ken, that was your second? Okay. Any further discussion? Crawford.
Yeah, Crawford has some discussion.
Can we say one thing?
You can't.
I'm familiar, just to echo what my other two commissioners have said, I'm familiar with Rex, very familiar with that street, been down it a number of times. Certainly, any development back there would be a challenge to Rex. I definitely cannot get behind zoning change to A4. I think it's great to see the HC zoning moved into residential zoning, and especially with the access coming through Palm Court, but an A3 would be a different story, might have to consider that differently, but definitely an A4, in my opinion, would be out of the question as far as this zoning request goes.
Okay. Any other discussion?
Could I just ask, who seconded the motion?
Commissioner Ress.
Rest.
Okay. All right. No further discussion? We have a motion to deny. Please vote.
Seeger,
Yes.
Rest,
Yes.
McInnes,
Yes.
Willie,
Yay.
Richard,
Yes.
Barcelona,
Yes.
Fitzmaurice,
No.
Crawford,
Yes.
Drum,
Yes.
Randolph,
Yes.
Doherty.
No?
The motion to deny carries.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Oh, yeah.
For the next case?
He's got.
Hey, Dave. want to make a comment about these people leaving because there's a whole group coming in. They just don't stand there talking. Oh, they're leaving. Okay.
I think. Please exit so we can bring some other folks in. We've got another case.
I didn't realize we had people outside waiting to come in.
Okay. I think when we leave here, everybody goes to some place where they got coffee and you can buy. Rick, please try and get them to exit the lobby too.
There's nobody here left from the prior case. It's just people coming through security get in. We didn't have enough chairs to allow them to come in, so the noise you hear is from the new cases coming in. So,
Okay.
2 minutes.
Looked like a bunch of them that went out were still out there talking.
Well, I'm waiting for the line in the bathroom. Now's your time.
I know
as
that
well.
feeling.
Right.
It's 10 o'clock.
Anything after 9 o'clock scares the computers out. Well, that's when I got my Well, you ought to have your chairman say he's gonna stop all meetings at 1 o'clock. It's not 11, yeah. The chairman can do it every once.
It'd be nice.
You can do it if you want. Nobody can tell you no.
This is my neighbor. Two of them. Next to last. And it's gonna be long.
Yeah, but they're both the same.
Yeah.
Oh, are
They're the same case, two cases.
Yes, they are. That's the one I got all the emails from.
Yes.
Well, you need to have an email address that's wrong. Send it in.
Yeah, you didn't get these funds. This was the most.
I'm sure mine got all rejected. Well, I'll let you take the lead on it then, since I'm not in the minute.
It's pretty simple. You figure it out in about 2 seconds, I promise you. Railroad.
You know what gets me is those people that complain about the traffic and drainage and all that. Have you called the Parish? You know, put a formal work order in? You can do that as one
No, you're not.
That's the fix that I'm trying to get my mind after.
Okay, no problem. That's a super dedicated people that come
Yeah,
I'll give you the update on this, I just got the 10 o'clock.
okay.
It's more, it's same thing, Lafayette. But it puts it to the western side of Baton Rouge now.
Hey, there's another slide here. My daughter found out about something. My wife was a guy down in Florida. Yeah, boy. It's Mike's weather. Spaghetti miles.
Oh, yeah, I have it on here. Yeah, Mike's weather.
I've never heard of it.
That's all he does.
I tell myself every day.
All right, good deal. All right, folks, we're gonna get this meeting hopefully wrapped up here in a little bit. Keep in mind that each side, I don't know if y'all heard the initial announcement when we started this meeting at 6:30, but I want to repeat it anyway. Each side has 10 minutes, whether it's for or against. And rebuttal, you have 5 minutes for and against. Okay, so if you got a lot of folks here that want to speak, you're gonna have to figure out how to get into that time limit. All right, next case up is item 14, 2020-2024-ZC. Existing zoning is A1A Suburban District and RO Rural Overlay. Proposed zoning is A2 Suburban District and RO Rural Overlay. Partial located on the south side of Bruning Road, east of Louisiana Highway 437, Covington, Ward 2, District 2. It's 8.98 acres. The petitioner is Jason Van Helen. Owner is M Cube Properties LLC, Lee Barbarito, Council District 2. Staff?
The site is surrounded by a property zone A1A Suburban District on all sides and various level of highway commercial zoning designations to the west. While a change in residential zoning designation will increase the density levels allowable on the subject property, it would also act as a buffer between existing highway commercial uses and residential zone properties. As such, staff is not opposed to the request.
Thank you. Anyone here representing Van Halen or M Cube Properties? Yes, sir.
I'm Jason Van Halen, 68420 Bodie Avenue, Covington,
Okay.
Louisiana. Yes, sir, we, based on the shape of the property and the use, we're asking that you rezone it to A2. We do intend to make 1 acre lots. And also, I'm asking in the next case, what you're gonna see, that the front acre along the highway.
We'll get to that in a minute.
Okay, all right.
Hopefully, anyway.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all
That's
right.
it. That's
Anything else?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, anyone in the audience wish to speak in favor of this zoning change? All right, we'll go against. Anybody in the audience wish to speak against on this zoning change? All right, come to the mic, state your name and address, and you need to fill out a speaker card if you haven't.
I'm Charles Floka. I live at 20140 Bruning Road. We've lived there, my wife and I have lived there for 37 years. We're maybe some of the newcomers to the road. What we're being asked to do here is take what has been a true buffer for the whole neighborhood and make it more dense. The stated purpose for A1A is to encourage multi-acre lots, a little incongruity in the minimum lot size, but minimum doesn't mean you have to do minimum. The current zoning effectively allows in what is really 10 acres, allows for 3 houses. One house already exists. The frontage is right now, in its residential zoning, is a 3-acre site. It's exactly the same size site as the adjacent 3-acre site, only it's rotated 90 degrees. Every other site along that portion of Lee Road is multi-acre, 3 or more. And the setbacks on all of those sites are averaging 150 to 200 feet per site. The zoning allows, with a flag lot at 3-acre sites, it allows 3 houses on the land. The front site can be 3 acres. Effectively, you wind up with 2 flag sites behind that, and there's room to cut 1 3-acre site immediately behind the top 3 acres, running at a right angle, and behind that, you wind up with a 4-acre site which has an existing house on it. The purpose that was described a minute ago, to act as a buffer between the commercial and the residential, doesn't make any sense to me, because that buffer already exists, and it's the buffer that's been there for quite some time. We negotiated a deed restriction earlier. Doesn't really apply in this case, but it was to keep the residential buffer in place to not allow any commercial property to exit across the residential onto Lee Road. If we allow the front acre to be rezoned, I know that's commercial, but in any event, you know, we're interested in keeping the character that we have and not diminishing that. We don't have much time, so I'll leave it right there.
Okay, thank you. All right, I have a card on Rick Casanova.
Yes, sir. Rick Casanova, 2005 Ponderosa Place in Mandeville. About 20 years ago, my wife and I bought 3.5 acres on Burning Road, which is diagonally across the street from this proposed development. It adjoins my wife's mother's property. It's zoned 1 house per 3 acres, as is this proposed subdivision. What I really want the commission to do is just set the bar high. When you go in from 1 acre, they want to put basically 3 houses and a commercial thing on property zone for 1 house per 3 acres. That's a big leap, and I'd ask y'all as a commission to place the bar high. There should be compelling reasons for something like that, not just because somebody wants to chop up some property and make some more money. Just, thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, do we have any more? Yes, ma'am.
Hello, I am Megan Watkins. I live at 20076 Bruning Road. Actually moved in last year in the spring of 2019. And so I've enjoyed my year there, except of course I was very disappointed to see the rezoning signs. My property is actually right next door to the property that's wanting to be rezoned. And I can say 100% if that property was rezoned how he is wanting to make it, I would have not bought that house. I bought it for the purpose of having privacy, large lots, you know, seeing the stars at night. And then we do have a sound barrier with that property being there from Lee Road. And if he comes in and basically plows it all down, we're gonna have more traffic noise. The traffic getting onto Lee Road is already bad enough, especially because we have a hill on the right side. So sometimes, honestly, you gotta take your chance when you pull out and hope nobody's coming 70 miles an hour over that hill. I'm not against him building on what the zoning is already. I just don't think it's fair that anyone could just come and change the zoning after, you know, it was already set to keep the property integrity as it is. That is it.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is John Brady. I live on Bruning Road, 20177. bought there 35 years ago, and for a certain purpose, it's isolated in a way. It's a great country area, and it's a safe place. It's a great place, quiet place. I raised my kids there. I'm raising my grandkids there. The whole thing of the Dollar General that was built several years ago, it was fine. It turned out to be great, but there were stipulations that they would not encroach on Joyner Road at all, or Bruning Road in future, okay? So my question is, if they're gonna build something, can they put it down further the road for an entrance and exit? Instead of putting it right there where the hill comes down, where many accidents have taken place. I know state troopers by name because of that, okay? So that is the thing that I'm concerned about, and that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Melinda Mizell, lifelong resident on Dutch Lane, which is off Bruning Road. There's been a lot of growth in the entire neighborhood. Currently, there's 25 home sites down Bruning Road. If they're able to bust that piece of property up into 1 acre parcels, you're looking at even more traffic than what we have now on a very congested little parish road. Also, furthermore, clearing the property to build multiple structures is going to damage the majestic live oaks that are there. I think all of y'all got some pictures of the live oaks that are on that property. And those giants have weathered many storms. And hopefully, with a vote from each member present here tonight to deny these rezoning requests, they'll be here for many more years.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Let's go to the rebuttal. Mr. Van Halen.
I just want to be clear, we're going to work around the trees. There's no need to take them down. I don't think that they're going to be in the way. We'll also work with the neighbors any way they want to try to talk about, you know, how we set up entrances and exits. Other than that, I mean, we're really talking about, for this, you're talking about taking, 10 acres and turning it into 4 lots. So you're not talking about the whole piece of property. I'm only, you know, speaking about the commercial piece, and then the three other acres, 2 other acres, and then the large piece that'll be left in the back. So it's not, we're not talking about the entire piece at this point. Just
Okay. All right, those of you that were opposing, rebuttal time, you have any comments?
I believe the L-shaped site is a 10-acre site, whether it's a 10-acre site or an 11-acre site. I believe it's 10 acres from my reckoning. If you were setting aside the commercial rezoning at the moment, so that means that there could be 3 1-acre sites along Bruning Road, and the minor subdivision ordinance allows for the last site to be a part of a flag lot, which allows another 4 houses back down the long site, and they will all fit. So what we're talking about doing is taking a site that now enables 3 houses to be built, and the new number turns into 7. That's a huge increase. 4 of those lots off of the 1-acre lot at the opposite corner of Bruning Road, down the lane from Bruning Road, is a private road, obviously, which comes with flag lots, and there are 4 houses there, potential, down that road, one of which is existing. The neighbors on the other side of those 5 houses in total are 3 houses, one of which is located along 665 foot of frontage. So they're going to wind up with 3 neighbors along their frontage. Obviously, Flag lots are allowed, but the flag lots would be bigger without this rezoning, and we'd have less density.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wish to speak?
I just have one more comment. If I wanted to look out of my window and see a bunch of houses, I would have moved into a subdivision, but I thought I was buying into the country. As of right now, when I look out the window, I see beautiful live oaks and green space. So I'm hoping that doesn't change.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Seeing no one? Yes, ma'am.
I'll fill out the card.
My name is Gwen Gold, and I live at 20300 Bruning Road. We have a majestic oak alley type entrance to our neighborhood, which is over a quarter-mile long. The 600 feet that is on Bruning Road with the majestic oaks will have to be cut in order to put in driveways. There's 18 large oaks along that side of the road. Behind that is an 11 additional oaks in that 600 feet. They will definitely have to be cut in order for development to be done on that property. I'm totally against this. It will change the appearance of our neighborhood. All of us, most of us here today have been in that neighborhood for more than 25 years. I ask that you reject this rezoning because it opens the door for a character at the beginning of our neighborhood that is not suitable. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, anyone else wish to speak? Yes, ma'am. What's that?
My name is John Brady again. I live on Joint Road right there, and the major thing that just came to mind is that close to where Lee Road is, right behind the Dollar General right there off of Brunning, when we get a rainstorm, it floods and comes into the first two houses that's directly behind that little so-called road that y'all they are planning to put in. It's supposed to maintain it as a gravel is what I understand. Right behind that, those houses get flooding into maybe a quarter to 3/4 of their property, which runs up alongside of their house. And we deal with that the best we can, but if we put more in there and we have more houses and there's not drainage to deal with that, then it's gonna move further up and further up Joyner Road, and then there's gonna be more of us having to deal with that. And that's just something we don't wanna deal with. I want to appreciate y'all taking that into consideration.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Seeing no one, I'll close it to the public and bring it back to the commission.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
I've been visiting Bruning Road since I was a child. I visited the original people that started Bruning Road. The people who have since moved in on these 3-acre mini tracts are building high-dollar houses. Their properties skyrocketed in value because of that's just who lives there. I think it would be I believe that by building a house on 1 acre, that it would really devalue their property value. I'm gonna make a motion that we deny this request.
Second. Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Steed to deny, seconded by Commissioner Willie.
I'd like to also make a statement too. Bruning Road is probably the most scenic road we have in this parish. I mean, by far. And the buffer, the 1A buffer doesn't need to be any more dense than that. Just the 3-acre lots are compatible, and the 1-acre lots are not. So, thank you.
Okay. All right, any further comment from the commissioners? We have a motion and a second to deny. Please vote.
Seeger? Seeger?
Yes.
Rest?
Yes.
McInnes?
Yes.
Willie?
Yay.
Richard?
Yes.
Barcelona?
Yes.
Fitzmaurice?
Yes.
Crawford?
Yes.
Drum?
Yes.
Randolph? Doherty?
Yes,
The motion to deny carries.
thank you. All right. Next item is 2020-2025-ZC. Existing zoning is A1A and RO Rural Overlay. Proposed zoning is HC1 Highway Commercial District, parcel located on the corner of Bruning Road and Louisiana Highway 437, Covington, Ward 2, District 2. It's 1 acre. Petitioner is Jason Van Halen. Owners M Cube Properties LLC, Lee Barbarito. Staff?
The subject site abuts HC2 Highway Commercial zoning to the north and south. The purpose of the requested zoning change to HC1 is to provide for the location of limited-scale highway commercial uses along major collectors and arterials within a parish. Staff has determined that the requested HC1 highway commercial zoning districts is appropriate for the subject site and staff is not opposed to the request.
Thank you. Mr. Van Halen?
Tell us what you want to do.
Yes, we propose to put some sort of little, we'd like to rezone that to commercial, to put some kind of little retail area right there, possibly. It fits between the Dollar General and I think there's a veterinarian, and there's some other things right there that are commercial also.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else in the audience wish to speak in favor of this zoning change? Anyone wish to speak against this zoning change? Please come to the mic.
My name is Charles Floca, 20140 Bruning Road. The 1 acre commercial site along the front is going to be very damaging to not only the trees along the front, but also the trees along the side 210 feet. The thing about live oaks is they need a drip zone, or they need root systems outside the drip zone. And all of the large live oaks that are out along the road there, they're all growing to the south because they can't go to the north because that's a paved road. And so under the codes that prevail for commercial land, that site qualifies for 20,000 feet of retail. It obviously can't park that, but it can clearly park 10 or 11,000 feet of retail, resulting in another 35 or 40 cars. And effectively, that size retail is going to be 25-foot bays, and there are going to be 6 or 7 of them across that frontage. And the parking to support that is going to allow for the 20-foot side yard. It's not a side yard because there are two exposures, but it's going to allow for 20 feet in front and 20 feet in back. And even if every live oak in that 20 feet is preserved, the parking is clearly going to be a compromise to the root zones of the live oaks. The question about how it fits in with the rest of the commercial, again, I'm gonna say that the front door to the subdivision is important to us. We also, the thought of having any secondary entrance onto that commercial strip off to Bruning obviously is something that we're not in favor of. And if you look at the zoning that comes up the hill, the first commercial zoning right there on the corner is in fact a vet clinic, and they have a 150-foot setback off of Bruning Road. They have large oak trees there, and they're not parking on those, and that's why the oak trees are thriving. As you move up the hill, there's an old commercial building that is now a house of worship with meetings on Saturday, Sunday, and Wednesday night. The next use is a single-family residence. The next use is the old Dollar General store, which is now the Lee Road Water Company, which 5,000 feet of it is their warehouse. The next uses are 6 residential sites in a row. The houses are there. One of those is going to become the new firehouse for our district. And you get 2,000 feet up the road before you get to the first true commercial use, which is Diane's Shell Station. Going the other way, it's important to note that at the other side of the Dollar General, there's 600 feet of property now zoned HC1. It's been there for the last 6 or 7 years, signs on it, no takers yet. To allow on a speculative basis some stores of some kind, all the way up to HC1 zoning, which allows for restaurants with bars, funeral homes, car washes. It's not in keeping with the character of the neighborhood. We count the trees from where they start as part of the character of the neighborhood. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Yes, sir. Aaron?
My name is Harold Dutch. We're at 78295 Dutch Lane. Been a lifelong resident, been there 61 years, seen a lot of growth in the past. We were looking at this commercial piece. I think the main objective is our trees and the access from something commercial onto Bruning Road. That's our big sticker or point there. If we can work something well, you know, if he can do something where he doesn't entrance or exit out on Bruning Road and he keeps it on 437, it may work, but we're still against, you know, this rezoning.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak against? Yes, sir.
Rick Casanova again, excuse me. I'd just like to say this case is worse than the previous one. Before, they wanted to take 1 house per 3 acres and make it 1 house per acre. Now they want to turn it to commercial. And this is the front door to our subdivision in our area, and we just, I don't think it's necessary, traffic congestion and the same old problems. But this is worse than going from 1 house per 3 acres than 1 house per acre. This is going from 1 house per 3 acres to commercial. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wish to speak against? Seeing no one, I will close it to the public. Let's see, we got a rebuttal. Yeah. Got a rebuttal on this, Mr. Van Halen. You got any rebuttal?
As I said before, I'll work with them about the entrances. I figured we'd do that in planning, you know, in that phase, but, and I don't think there's any oak trees, and I haven't measured it, but I don't think in that front acre there's actually any large live oaks. But
No.
Y'all tree experts.
We're gonna preserve the oak trees. We're not gonna take them down, or we're not even gonna ask to take them down.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're in the rebuttal phase. Those of you that are against, do you have any further comment? 5 minutes.
There's another issue that we haven't brought up, and it has to do with the fill and the topography of the road in that section. There is no ditch. The live oaks in that section are, in fact, in some cases, between the property line and the road, which is fine because we're existing just fine. We have a 17 or an 18-foot wide road, and that's all that's needed. It's paved, it's good, but there is no ditch. When the water rolls down the hill, it is downhill, heading on to the lot that we're talking about. And in addition to the problem with the live oak trees and the drip zone, any large commercial development there is gonna take fill because it's a sloping site. And the parking lot is then gonna take fill. And all of that in the yard that's required on the frontage there, is gonna be dammed up, with the fill for the parking lot, the fill for the buildings, and the drainage issue there, is gonna exacerbate the problem for the live oak trees. And I think, my better half is, let me just put it this way, I've been married to a landscape architect for 50 years. And Nell knows her very well. And I wouldn't let her come tonight because she would be really upset to hear people like us talking about things that we don't know anything about. But that's it.
Thank you. All right, anyone else wish to speak in rebuttal? Yes, ma'am. The lady in the back, you can come on up to the mic.
My name is Melinda Mizell. In 2013, when we met with the developer and the property owner at the time, we also met with Dennis Sharp and that, and there was agreement that we wouldn't fight them putting the Dollar General Market there, but that they would leave a 200-foot green space. No commercial, no access out onto Bruning Road. And now they're wanting to change that. I'd appreciate if you'd vote against it.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
I'd just like to reiterate the whole traffic issue. I know we are kind of a, country neighborhood, but there is a lot of traffic on Lee Road, and adding this commercial building there, or whatever it's gonna be, is only gonna exacerbate the problem that we already have. Turning out of Bruning Road can be treacherous. I have a teenage son. I'm not interested in having him, have to deal with any more than he does now. So traffic is an issue. When they put the Dollar General there, it made it a little worse to try to navigate. But just adding more commercial is just gonna make it worse, change the whole character of our neighborhood.
Thank you. Yes, sir, you're standing up. You want to speak? Okay.
2 minutes left.
Anyone else wish to speak in rebuttal? All right, I'm going to close it to the public and bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Steed?
Yes, Mr. Van Halen. Yes, sir. On this commercial property, where do you plan to have the driveway for that? Would that be on the Bruning Road, or would it be on the highway?
On the highway, sir.
And for the staff, what is the distance that has to be from an intersection, a driveway on a state highway?
From the corner of Bruning,
Yes, ma'am.
if I'm not mistaken, it's 60 feet.
Okay.
However, you have to take into consideration that there's a 75-foot setback from the center line of the highway where you cannot have a driveway or, there's a no cut, there's a buffer where you cannot have parking or anything. So I don't know exactly where that 75-foot falls, but it would have to be after that.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Van Halen. Did you hear about Eddie?
I did. Not related to that.
I got you. The thing that nobody has brought up, I'm really surprised, is that there's a blind hill right 50 or 70 feet away from Bruning Road going north. There's a turning lane going into the existing Dollar General. There's a lot of traffic right there, and it's not, it was never safe to start with because of the blind hill. With the turning lane there, there's also people on the west side from Bruning Road is Fitzgerald Road. So when the people turning onto Fitzgerald Road are heading north or turning left, the people coming over the hill to turn into the turning lane for the Walmart, for we call it the mini Walmart, into the dollar store, there's been quite a few accidents there because of the layout of that. It's just not I can't quite see it on the map, but you can almost see it, but that's also a very dangerous place. To put a commercial property there would, I just think it would be add to the danger. You'd add another, you have opposing roads coming out into a blind hill, and you're adding another egress from the commercial property that's going to be right next, it's going to be 100 feet away from Bruning Road. I don't see how that's going to work. From the safety issue, I'd like to move to deny.
Second, but I got a comment also.
Okay, go ahead with your comment.
Ms. Mizell hit on a good point a while ago that I kind of forgot about, but when that dollar store was being negotiated, that land, why it's not commercial, because it was left intentionally to protect Burning Road from the commercialization. And that buffer, it was kind of served as a buffer itself. And thank you for reminding me of that.
I got a question. That piece that you're talking about that was left over, and when the Dollar General put in, was that all owned by the same person at the time that transaction took place?
Yeah.
So that decision was made to leave that at that time, and okay, because the only question I started worrying about is we got a 1 acre piece of property here that nobody's going to want anything done to. But if there was an agreement made when the Dollar General was put in, that should be honored. But that somewhere, is that not captured? That detail?
I can speak to that. We negotiated for months on a deed restriction. The other strong part of the deed restriction was to take the HC2 zoning and restrict all but 6 additional uses, because we were happy to give the HC2 upzoning from HC1, because the Dollar General, like I've said, we welcome that. It just seemed like for an extra 700 feet that they were looking for of commercial development, 20,700 instead of 20,000. We were giving up a lot, so we wanted to keep 2 things sacred. And one was the language which says there can be no commercial, no traffic, no vehicular traffic from the Dollar General store, from the rezoned parcel, if you will, the HC2, across any residentially zoned land. So the protection in itself was the fact that it was zoned residential, it was staying residential, and so, we're the concept and the spirit is there. It's clear what we were after. It was pretty clear to us what we were getting, but you can look at it as technicality, you can look at it as whatever it is. We were concerned that we would be back here someday just like this, and we recognize that we are, and I'm glad that we have the turnout from the neighborhood because we're all together on this. We do not think that that corner should be commercial, and we're very well aware of the issues of turning into and off of Bruning Road and Highway 437, because right now we get in the middle of the turning lane way up the hill and slow down and pump our brakes and look in the mirror and hope that somebody that's also getting in the turning lane doesn't think we're going to go on to the Dollar General store, but we're going to turn in front, and for the next driveway to be slightly down the hill. The gentleman is exactly correct, Mr. Seeger, because that's a really compounding factor. I can furnish the recorded deed restriction to everybody here. I can give that to the chief planning department if it would do some good. But, there's some technicalities, and the concept is very clear, as Mr. Willie, you pointed out.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? We have a motion and a second to deny. Please vote.
Seeger,
Yes.
Rest,
Yes.
McInnes,
Yes.
Willie,
Yay.
Richard,
Yes.
Barcelona,
Yes.
Fitzmaurice,
Yes.
Crawford,
Yes.
Drum,
Yes.
Randolph,
Yes.
Doherty.
Yes.
The motion to deny carries.
Thank y'all for coming out. It's 11:15. I'm sure everybody's ready to go home and get some sleep, but thank you for coming out, and good luck on these hurricanes, wherever it's gonna end up. We have no new business. We have no old business. Do I hear a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Thank you.
Good job.
It shifted a little bit back to the east. It did?
Yeah,
It's just to the